Very good. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Just make sure that you have picked up a raffle ticket at our raffle ticket desk up front, and enjoy the event. No excuse for that audio. Yeah. I don't know what this is.
Take your lens cap off, Charles.
You know what? You scared me because I'm looking at this here, so.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 37th Annual RCA Youth Activities Forum at the Dayton Hamvention. My name is Alan Spindell, and I'm the president of the Radio Club of America. Unfortunately, we do not have Carol Perry here this year, so I've got to fill some pretty big shoes. She does send her love to her favorite convention audience, and after creating and moderating this youth forum since 1987, she decided it was time to pass the baton. She did send you a homework assignment or two, knowing Carol, which I'll explain in a moment. First, let me say that a forum of this magnitude requires a team effort. Would all RCA volunteers please stand up? Raise your hands so folks will know and see you, and you can go to any of these folks for any help or questions during the forum. I'd like to especially thank our sponsors, ICOM, DX Engineering, and TenTech for helping us put this forum on. They're doing a great job. And of course, I'll have these wonderful prizes and all for us, these backpacks for the participants. Really quick, I'd like to give a big hand to Jim Storms here, who's taken over for Carol and is doing a great job leading our forum and organizing all of this. And I'd like to introduce Mike Coulter. Mike, come up here. If you don't know Mike, who he is the mayor of Hamvention. He's also a member of our RCA board, and he's probably a little stiff this morning from being up all night running the weather nets.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My talk will probably only last about 45 minutes, if that's okay. No, I'm just kidding. First thing I want to do is thank everybody for being here and thank the parents and the youth and for being involved in this, and especially our panel and Grace over there. So what I want to say is thank you for coming to Hamvention. This is a team effort, you know. I mean, none of us get paid to put this thing on. And it is we consider a very important pillar for amateur radio. And our friend Jim Storms here, I'm sure you must recognize him. He is a past general chairman of Hamvention. And we only allow a person to be a general chairman for 2 years. But anyway, I am glad to be here. And before I leave the stage, I'd like for you to recognize our Amateur of the Year, Neil Rapp. Neil. And I think you all know all the excellent work that he does. And I am proud to be a member of the RCA. It's quite an organization. And if you're not a member, take a look at it. Anyway, thank you. Have a great Hamvention. Enjoy this great forum and have fun.
Great. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks.
Notification time. Here we go. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3.
I can only smile so long.
Yeah, I know. You still got your lens cap on, Charles. So let's talk a little bit about, for those of you who it might be your first time here, let's talk a little bit about the club and the youth activities program. You know, Carol is the chairperson of this program and has been since its inception. It conducts youth forums like this one across the country. It goes into local schools and science museums, scout meetings, and offers help to start up youth groups with free resources and suggestions, along with our corporate sponsors like ICOM, who help donate the equipment to start up these clubs. I would like anyone that is interested in learning more about our program to go to the RCA website. That's radioclubofamerica.org, and under there's a youth activities link, and under our activities link, there's youth activities. Talk a little bit about the club. So the club was actually founded by a group of young people in 1909, and they went on to become the pioneers of the wireless industry that we know today. People like Edwin Armstrong and David Sarnoff, Lee DeForest. Even in the modern era, our past president, Marty Cooper, was credited with making the first cellular telephone call and inventing the portable cellular telephone for Motorola. Ted Rappaport, who we've named a scholarship after, and I'll talk a little bit about that later, is credited with being the inventor of 5G. And so those of you who are interested in learning more about the Radio Club and its rich history, I definitely welcome you to come by the booth number 1811. It's in Building 1, and we'll glad to either get you signed up. We have a very low student membership rate. We have a family membership that was created under Dave Bart here, our past president's tenure. And so you can join up your whole family economically, and the student discount is very steep. Winners of the RCA Youth Activity Scholarship and our other scholarships are entitled to a free 2-year membership. So right away, I'd like to go ahead and talk about the Young Ham Leads a Hand contest. And so every year we select a young ham, And this contest is sponsored by RCA and the QCWA, the Quarter Century Wireless Association, hoping that one of them will be a licensed half for 25 years to be able to join the QCWA at some point. So this is all about encouraging the spirit of volunteerism in our ham radio youth. And the winner is announced every year at this forum and is given a $100 stipend, in my opinion, to be spent on amateur radio equipment. The 2025 winner of this year's Youth Activities Forum Young Ham Leads a Hand contest is Blake Pearson, KN4VKY, and Ryan Pearson, KN4VKW. Let's give them a big hand. I'd like to introduce our past president, Dave Bart, who'd like to come up and make a few more remarks about the Youth Forum and the Radio Club while we're on the subject. Now get ready, get your pens and pencils out, because this is the opportunity for you to do that while Dave is talking. And we're going to talk about your homework assignments from Carol next.
So I want to thank you and welcome you, and I want to give a big special thanks to Alan for his leadership as the new incoming president, and especially for Jim and Grace for taking over. Big job from Carol Perry. You've done a great job organizing this year, so thank you. I also want to extend a special invitation. I am the editor of the Proceedings of the Radio Club of America. The journal goes back to 1913, and we always extend an invitation to the presenters of the Youth Forum to work directly with me and get a paper published. It's a great thing to put on a college resume. I'd say about every other year, somebody does come up and we work hard. And one year I actually had two come up and we work hard and we get those papers published. And it's a great experience to learn the whole process of writing a paper, putting bibliographies together, publishing with it layout in a professional magazine, and then the pride of putting that on your college application. So I have that invitation open to all the presenters today. Come and talk to me. I'll be here the whole time. And now I'd like to do one other special thing with you, Al. We always take pictures of the stage. We're always looking this way, but I want to get a picture of you. So I just want everybody to kind of wave to the camera. And we'll be sure to include this on our website. Look for your face in the group shot. And thank you all for coming this year. Thanks, Alan.
And a picture of Dave's finger, too.
Multiplication time. There we go. Should have brought my film camera. Lens cap is off. There we go. 1, 2, 3, cheers. And 1, 2, 3, cheers.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, here comes your first homework assignment. Carol would like you to be on the lookout for next year's winner. When you encounter a young ham who is actively recruiting other youngsters, tutoring them, or engaging in community volunteering, send their contact info with one paragraph only, nomination, explaining why that young ham should be considered for the award, and send it to Carol at the link on the website before April the 1st, 2026. So March the 30th now, don't let your dog anywhere near that paper. Your second assignment is to check the 2026 Hamvention website for Orlando, starting in September, for the nomination form for the 2026 Carol Perry Educator of the Year Award. You can nominate any educator, teacher, instructor, scout leader, or group leader who leads a group of young people in ham radio technology. She is also encouraging you to contact her for recommendations for her RCA Youth Forum next February in Orlando at Hamvention. And I'd like to remind everyone about our RCA Youth Activity Scholarship Program. And it's just about to close for this year. It's open to any high school student, undergraduate student, or graduate student. We give out small stipends, scholarships that can be used for any academic purpose. And the forms are available online on the RCA website. You have to have participated in this forum as a presenter or one of Carol's kids, as we like to say. And that makes you eligible for a Youth Activities RCA scholarship. You need 2 referrals. The referral form is also online. You can send your sponsor a link, and it's just a brief form. We'd like to hear a little bit about what other folks think about you, not just your mom and dad. And you submit those forms. We've extended the deadline a little bit this year, but I could tell you, if you're interested in receiving this scholarship money, you'd probably better go to the website pretty quickly and get your form in, your application, and your referral forms. I'd also like to mention, speaking of Dr. Ted Rappaport, that this year we're featuring a Dr. Ted Rappaport scholarship out of the club's New Century Scholarship Fund. And those forms will be available online. That is open for undergraduate and graduate students only. You do not have to have been a participant in the RCA Youth Forum. Once again, I'd like to thank our sponsors, ICOM, DX Engineering, and Tentech for making all this possible here at the Youth Activities Forum. And I'm going to turn it over to Jim Storms now here, who will be our moderator for this forum. And I'd like everybody to thank Jim. Let's give him a big hand for taking on this big responsibility. And he's just doing a fantastic job, folks. It's all you, man. It's all you. There's a laser pointer there. If anybody needs it.
Yeah.
Multiplication time.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay.
There we go. Cheers. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Just real quick, just to let you know that Neil is inviting everyone to the Youth Social at noon in booth 4303. It's really hard to find. You go 2 buildings down, go in the indoors, and it's right there. So it's real tough to find. It's my pleasure to work with Grace, and I'm going to blow it. It's K8LG, right? Yeah, I got it right. I keep calling her old call sign, and she keeps giving me a hard time on that. But Grace has stepped in and done a great job of organizing the presenters today. So to give her a quick little hand there for all her hard work. And she will be introducing the speakers as they come up. So Grace, all yours.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Our first presenter is Lily, so if you would like to head up and get ready. I appreciate everyone for coming, and I would like to just reiterate what we've said about the prizes. If you haven't gotten your ticket yet, we're still, you can still get your ticket. We will be giving away an ICOM 7300 to an adult participant, as well as an ID 52 to a youth and another ID 52 to an adult. So you have to be entered to win those prizes. And they have to have a call sign. But we also will be giving away DX Engineering gift certificates, which you can go use at the booth right after this forum. So we'll let Lily take it away.
All right, let me just find my slides.
Hi, Lily. I'm going to emulsify you here. There we go. Here. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. And 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Thank you.
Oh, sweet. Anyway, hi, my name is Lily, W8LIL. And this year I got to participate in a wonderful opportunity, the Dave Coulter Memorial Youth DXpedition. So what is YDXA? YDXA is an opportunity for young hams to travel, meet other young hams, operate wonderful stations around the world, try out contesting, and talk to other stations around the world. The Dave Coulter Memorial Youth DXpedition is named for Dave Coulter, Michael Coulter's brother. He was a ham radio operator for a long time. He enjoyed fixing old radios and mentoring young hams. He led DXpeditions all over the world, including frequently to Costa Rica. DARA remembers him with the name of the Dave Coulter Memorial Youth DXpedition. So here we have our this year's participants. First of all, Grace, K8LG, and Katie, KE8LQR, who were along as youth mentors to help Ian and me figure out what the heck we were doing. Then we have Ian, KI8AN, and me, W8LIL. So a little bit more about us. Grace Grace enjoys satellite radio and has worked almost every grid square in the entire US. She, in fact, goes to school near here in Cedarville, and it's been great to stay in touch. Katie, KE8LQR, enjoys CW and contesting and teaches the advanced youth class at the Long Island CW Club, a class which I certainly hope to take sometime. Ian enjoys POTA and contesting and was actually a presenter here last year, so that is really cool. I, W8LIL, enjoy FT8 and talking on the local 2-meter repeater network. My father, KC2GTR, and I are certified spotters, so, we hopped on the weather net last night. That was exciting weather. Outside of radio, I am a member of my school's robotics team, the Gem City Grid Runners. I talk more about that now, but I would definitely go over time for my presentation. So, this year, YDXA, we went to W3Y, Tim Duffy's station. It is one of the largest ham radio stations in the entire world and the single largest ham radio station in the United States. They had a ton of antennas, and it was great to have enough space for all of us to operate at the same time. So, day one, we arrive and we start with a tour of the DX Engineering showroom. They had a ton of cool technology, and we even got to try out some of their radios. I also looked around for batteries because I am hoping to get a battery soon for our POTA rig, so really excited for that. After that, we introduced ourselves with brief presentations, and I believe those are still up on YouTube if you want to go find them. After that, it was antenna tour time. We went over to W3Y and walked around looking at their massive field of antennas. I got to see a 160-meter antenna, which is really cool. I don't think I've ever seen one of those in person before. And there were a lot of cool configurations of antennas. I think one of the highlights was seeing the 20-meter antenna, which is the tallest in the world. I don't know, it's on the far left. If you can see that little cluster of pixels at the bottom, that's our entire group for scale. So after that, contest day. We got up early, had breakfast, and drove over and set up in the radio room. I started out working on 40 meters with Katie helping me, and I was pretty nervous at first, but between Katie and Grace and everyone else, they got me feeling pretty confident by the end of the day. It was a lot of fun and really cool, and the antennas were really good. So how did we do? We made 1,957 contacts across around 8 hours. I'd have to say my proudest moment was a pile-up on 20 meters, where I talked to around 200 stations in 30 minutes. It was a lot, but really fun, and not bad for my first big contest operation. One of the really funny things about this, you could hear the surprise in people's voices when they heard that our signal was coming out of Pennsylvania. Those are some really good antennas. So overall, this was a lot of fun, and it was wonderful to connect with other young hams and have a chance to get to know them. I am still in contact with everybody. Ian and I talk regularly on the yacht net, the youth net. Grace goes to school nearby, and she and her dad helped my dad and me set up remote control for FT8 for our shack, so I can now operate FT8 wherever I am, and that's been a lot of fun. Katie has offered to teach me CW, an offer I fully intend to take her up on as soon as I have time. It was wonderful to get to hang out with other young people and just get to know some other people my age in radio. So this was an overall really incredible experience. And I just want to say thank you so much to everyone who made it possible for me and for everyone else to experience this. I am very grateful. Since YDXA, my dad and I have improved our rig. I am really enjoying doing FT8 and have been all over 20 meters, and I'm sure we'll figure out how to tune the amplifier soon. I stepped back from ham radio for a while to do robotics. My school formed a new robotics team this year, the Gem City Grid Runners, and our robot got all the way to Worlds, where we won the Rookie All-Star Award for our division. So that was really awesome. I was part of the group that helped with wiring for the robot. So that meant soldering and dealing with a lot of electrical components. Those things are even more complicated than they look. So that was a lot of fun, and the season is over now, and I am excited to have some more time to come back and do more with ham radio. Thank you very much for your attention. I think we've got a minute or two. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lily. That was really a great presentation, and I really appreciate spending time with you at K3LR this summer, and we'll look forward to visiting with you. Our next presenter is Isaiah, KJ5, Charlie Mike Papa. He'll be giving a little presentation about POTA, Parks on the Air, involvement with that. So when he's ready, we'll let you take over.
Normally, you never get full face shots. I'm learning. 30 years later. There we go. Cheers. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Isaiah Russell, KJ5 CMP. Today my presentation will be over youth and parks on the air. But before I begin, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I live in Enid, Oklahoma, and if you don't know what that is, it is the northern part of Oklahoma, about an hour and a half from Kansas. I also come from a long line of hams, such as my grandparents, my parents, and my brother all have their license as well. I obtained my technician license in August of 2023 because I saw my dad and brother get on the radio. And then shortly after, I upgraded to my general in December of 2023. Now let's jump right to my presentation. What is POTA? Well, if you don't know what POTA is, or also known as Parks on the Air, it is an international radio sport where you set up a qualified POTA park and make at least 10 contacts. Now that POTA park can be a state park or a national park. You have to make those 10 contacts on either different bands or different modes, such as sideband, CW, or digital modes, in different bands such as 20 meters or 15 meters. And what you do is an activator goes to the park and they set up their radio and make contacts. A hunter stays at the house and they hunt that park. Why involve youth? Well, for one, it builds better communication skills and overall knowledge in amateur radio. It also encourages outdoor activity. That's one of the reasons I really enjoy POTA, is because we can be outside and still be able to get on the radio. Another reason is that youth can bring new energy into the hobby. What equipment do you need? Well, you need a radio, a battery, an antenna, and a logging software. The radio we like to use is the ICOM 7300, or if we activate mobile in my dad's Jeep, we use the ICOM 7100. The battery we like to use is a Bioenno 40 amp hour battery. That battery can last us about 8 to 10 hours of operation. The antenna we like to use is a 17-foot vertical stainless steel whip. Or if we want to use the infed, we also use the infed sometimes. The logging softwares we like to use is either Hammers or Ham2K Polo. These are some great logging softwares I have used for my activations. Another reason why I really enjoy POTA is all the great adventures and places you get to see. I have two of my favorite activations I would like to share with you all. The first one is US 8340, Canaveral Marshes State Conservation Area. This park is located in Titusville, Florida. Also, it's located on the St. John River, where there are a lot of alligators. We've seen several alligators while we have activated this park, and we always have to watch out for alligators behind our back. The second story I have to share with you is Tango Charlie 0005, East Bay Islands National Park. This park is located on its own island. We had to take a ferry boat ride to get to this park. While we were on the ferry boat ride, about 20 minutes from the island, the ferry broke down and we were stranded in the middle of the ocean for about 20 or so minutes, until finally a guy on a jet ski came with 2 gallons of oil. They quickly fixed it. We were on our way to activate the park. My final topic is why I enjoy POTA. Well, number one, friends. I have met so many great people through the hobby, which have led to meeting up with them and becoming friends. Places. I have seen so many neat places while activating parks throughout the world. And awards. There are also different awards you can obtain while doing POTA, such as hunting all states, or activating all states, or hunting 100 unique parks, or obtaining 100 unique parks. Because of doing POTA, it has inspired us to share our adventures on Radio Roamers YouTube channel. It has been an honor to speak with you this evening. Thank you. God bless, and 73.
Thank you so much, Isaiah. That was really informative. Hopefully, some of you will be able to do POTA in the future. Our next presentation is by Maggie, KE2 Alpha India Zulu, and she'll be talking about some of the stuff she's done. We've also embedded some videos of her operating as well as some other stuff. So, Maggie, when you're ready, it's all yours.
Okay, my name is Matt. Wait a minute.
Let me get a picture of you here. There we go. And 1, 2, 3 cheese. And 1, 2, 3 fromage. I'm from Quebec, so there we go.
Okay. All right. My name is Maggie, Kilo Echo 2 Alpha India Zulu. My presentation today will be about microwaves and CW. This presentation is about microwaves and Morse code, but I guess I'll back up a couple of years to explain how we got here. So it all started in a Hamfest in August 2022. My older sisters decided they wanted to get all their technician licenses, so they signed up for an online class with the Rochester Amateur Radio Association taught by Carl Heinz. I had an interest in doing it also, so I convinced my dad to sign me up as well. My older sisters had already done lots of mathematics, but I hadn't even done multiplication, division, or used decimals. Studying for my radio license was my introductions to these things. So if you look closely, I'm learning multiplication and division by way of Ohm's law. So later that year, I got my license. We studied over Christmas, and just 3 months later, we got our general licenses. This is when we had just gotten home, and we are /AGs now. The next month, our mom also got her technician and general licenses. So we went to Dayton for the first time in May 2023 and loved it so much we came back the next year. This picture is from last year, so we have... Let me find the laser pointer. So we have Dora, me, Alana, and then here's Dad photobombing the picture over here. So this is where, and also on both of our trips, we also enjoyed watching Dad get destroyed in the Kansas City DX pileup contest. So last year, we also built some kits at Dayton. This is the Morse code practice oscillator that Alana put together at one of the booths. I started practicing with it in the flea market, then on the bus back to the hotel, then at the hotel while waiting for dinner. It came with a little strap key thing, but we put on this nice key that you see in the picture. The cool thing about it is that you can see the text that you sent. By the next day, I had learned enough CW to send CQ and my call sign. This is me and Katie Campbell, KE8LQR, at the Big Alley Key Station trying out some keys. She probably thought I knew more Morse code than I did at that point, but she really encouraged me, so I practiced on the 8-hour car ride home. About 3 weeks later, I made my very first CW QSO on 10 gigahertz with Victor Alpha 3 Tango Oscar about 200 kilometers away. I had made lots of SSB contacts before, but I knew from watching my dad that you needed to use CW to work a lot of stations. This is me just after a 500-kilometer QSO with Victor Alpha 3 Echo Lima Echo on Lake Huron from the bottom of our driveway. You can still see I had my cheat sheet just in case I got confused with a letter or a number, but I really didn't need it. So, a minute. Is that playing? No. Okay, so rain scatter on 10 gigahertz. This is a contact of me on 10 gigahertz. And rain scatter on 10 gigahertz is almost always Morse code because the Doppler shift from it always makes the voice very hard to understand. So here's an example of what rain scatter sounds like on 10 gigahertz. This is me and Victor Alpha 3 Tango Oscar on 10 gigahertz. Notice that the tone is spread out into noise, which is what makes SSB difficult, if not impossible. So we have a lot of microwave operators in Western New York and Ontario. We get together right before the 10 gigahertz and up contest to test, fix, and measure our equipment. We had people come from as far as Toronto, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. This is me at the tune-up clinic helping my dad set up a very low-power transmitter used to measure the gain of microwave antennas. We did this in the middle of the field so there won't be any reflections to mess up the measurements. Here are some of the antennas people brought to measure. In this picture, there's probably equipment for 5.7 gigahertz, 10 gigahertz, 24 gigahertz, 47 gigahertz, 78 gigahertz, and probably at least one for 122 gigahertz. This is setting up for the 10 gigahertz contest in our garage. So we have me right here, Toby. He didn't have his license yet, though. I think that's Alana and Dora. Me and my dad made a bunch of contacts from the RITU parking lot while Toby was taking his exam. So there was a funny story. At one point in the middle of a contact, the campus shuttle bus parked in our path to the VE3s. We picked up the dish, moved 30 feet, found the signal again, and finished the QSO. It was a lot of fun. I made almost 100 QSOs on 10 and 24 gigahertz combined, and probably 90% of them were on CW. We even made the second, third, and fourth longest QSOs on the 24 gigahertz of the whole contest. As the weather gets colder, we don't go outside with the microwaves as much, but there's still the January VHF contest with a high of 8 degrees this year. It was snowing that day, but that can be good for microwave DX if you can deal with the weather. We are blessed to have a garage that opens to a fantastic view to our west. We can hide under cover when it's snowing, but that doesn't make it any warmer. The January VHF contest doubles the number of points that you get above 2 gigahertz because it can be very hard to operate outside. Hey, Dad, that's why we need a tower. So when there are big temperature changes, sometimes things break. A 24 gigahertz station stopped working when it thawed out. In this clip, you can see that the big TR switch won't switch to transmit. The 4 blue lights at the bottom of the board show which voltages are on. When I close the switch to go into transmit, the control board lights don't change, and the current meter isn't moving. It should draw about 2.5 amperes when the amplifier is turned on. All you hear is the click of the antenna relay. No one will hear us like this. So we looked at a schematic and narrowed it down to the voltage regulator that wasn't turning on when we closed the switch. No voltage, no transmitting. Dad suggested that we try reflowing the solder around the chip before ordering some new ones. This means just heat it up and melt the solder again to reform all the connections. Hello everybody. We just got our 24 gigahertz thing to work. So that wasn't turning on before. That's the TX, I think. Yeah, now when you flip the switch, I'll switch over, and also you have current up there. So it works. Contest exchanges are great, but at this point I wanted to get better and faster with CW. I joined the Long Island CW Club after remembering Katie's suggestion from Dayton. They have free kids-only classes that meet twice a week on Zoom. This is me with the kids class instructor, LICW instructor, Bob, W7JNM. 2 of my younger sisters are learning Morse code with them now too, and they love it, including my 3-year-old sister, and she knows 2 letters. Hey Bob, are you here? Once I got more comfortable with the unexpected, I got on HF with CW. A good thing to do when you are starting out with HF CW is to join the Straight Key Century Club because 1, you will probably be using a straight key, and 2, SKCC members are always looking for the new straight key operators like you to chase awards. The QSOs are more than just 599 to you, and most will engage in a conversation. There are a lot of fun things you can do only with CW. For example, this is the Bruce Kelly Memorial 1929 QSO party in a room lit by the light of the tube. I enjoyed this event immensely, though it had a very long exchange, and the signals coming from this transmitter are often interesting, to say this at least. This is a video of me CQing on 80 meters. The transmitter is a single tube Hartley oscillator with a UV203 built by my dad. This one is very stable and has a very good note by 1920 standards. The key is on a separate table because any shaking of the transmitter will cause the frequency to change. Oops. A minute. I can't get it to play.
Hit the space.
It just changes.
I'll bring soldering iron.
Oh well, I'll just keep going. December is Youth on the Air month. This was during the Youth on the Air month, so there's me, Toby, Alana, and Dora. We all had a very fun time doing this event from the 1st of December to the 31st of December. We all hope to do this event next year as well. One weekend we operated with a special Kilo 8 Oscar call sign. Whiskey 2 Foxtrot uniform let the 4 of us remote into his contest station for the Youth on the Air contest on December 30th to operate as Kilo 8 Tango. I even called CQ test on CW for the first time in the Yoda contest. November 2 Zulu November let me borrow his Kia to try. It was pink. Outside of the Yoda contest, I also wanted to work a couple of Yoda stations on my own, so I looked around and worked a few people. It was great to hear some more young kids on the air. It was a little hard to work on them on CW because I couldn't go into the extra portion of the band. At least not yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you so much, Maggie. That was a great presentation. If you've just arrived and wasn't here at the beginning to hear, we have tickets over here. Make sure you get your ticket. We will be giving away at the end to a licensed person with an amateur radio call sign, to an adult, an ICOM 7300, and then both an adult and a youth, an ID 52. So stick around. Make sure you get your ticket over there. And next up, we have Dominic, Alpha Delta 8 Alpha Kilo, who will be talking about a bit more about microwave, a bit more in depth about what you could do and what more than just microwave contesting. So when you're ready, after the photo, you can present.
1, 2, 3, cheers. And 1, 2, 3, cheers. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Oh, while he's setting up.
I guess I'm just...
While he's setting up, Maggie has beautiful earrings, and I saw the totally tubular earrings sold in the flea market somewhere. Mini tubes, really cool.
Was it in the circular or is it over here?
No, it's in the circular.
Ah,
Really cool. Love it.
Am I way too loud right now? Okay. So my presentation is about breaking records and also microwave stuff too, to kind of continue on with Maggie's up. Okay. Better? Are we good now? Okay. Yeah, so breaking records, you can do it too. So who's this guy? I'm Dominic, 88AK. I'm kind of local around here. I'm up from the Findlay area, about 2 hours north of here. And I'm the current record holder for 5-centimeter amateur television or fast scan television. I'm also founding member of We4DX, vice president of Novars, a local club up in Findlay. And I have a lot of interest with VHF and satellites. We get too deep into getting into this. Like, what is ATV? If you don't know what it is, it's fast scan amateur television. It's based on like NTSC. Like, if you're old enough to remember the 2008 over-the-air broadcast television, which I'm assuming most of you do, but I do see some young people in the audience. So, but yeah, like based on 1960s technology or 1953 technology, all analog. It's basically your own little television station. Most ATV you see is on 70 centimeters, but in theory can be done on any band. And 2 meter, there's narrow band. I kind of want to try that soon too, but there's a lot of low cost entry options. Just laser. Oh, so like this is what I use. These are like $40 on Amazon, and I got those at the flea market here last year. Actually, it was $5 for a whole big bag of them. So look out in the flea market. You might be able to do some of this too. So the 5-centimeter ATV record holder, there's been no official record for 20 years. There are some unofficial ones, but I'm the one that put the official one in. Off the shelf at 5.8 gigahertz FPV or first person view for drones. Didn't go into that. Transmitter receivers, an Arden dish, and random garbage. This guy right here is just an end junk piece from a 3D printer support. That's the end of an aerosol can and a BNC connector head lying around and an Arden dish. And I did double check. This is still valid today. So cool. My point being is you can just use some random garbage and do some cool things. So a little bit of story time about how we got here. It's not that deep of a story, but we basically just made bins for each of us. So we just like grab them and go. Things still went wrong. We were originally planning to coordinate on 440 simplex. I had 2 radios, 2 batteries, both died. So we just had to go to calling each other on the cell phone. 2 is 1 and 1 is none. This is all kind of just to don't take it too seriously vibe. Just kind of do what you're doing and see what works. We were only up on the reservoir for about 20 minutes. Didn't mention on the last slide, that was made the contact with Scott N1OF. He's there calling you out. Yeah, so it not too deep of a story, just you can do it too. So how do you break a record? You can look for some non-existent records or ones you think you can easily beat. Make a plan set out to break it, kind of boilerplate stuff. But sophisticated setups, those are overrated in my opinion. Like, I'm sure you can go out and buy the Down East microwave, go out and do whatever, and they're great products. They're just expensive. It's out of my budget. So do what I did, use some random junk you had lying around. And a record is a record. Doesn't matter how far it is. Mine was only 1.1 kilometers. I didn't really go too deep into that. Sorry about that. But over here, just some examples. It's kind of hard to see here. I think that's the 0.05 there in kilometers at 322 gigahertz. So yeah, it's about 150 feet. If you can, I think the hardest part about some of these higher bands for the records is actually building the transceiver to do it. So just go out and do it. And kind of got to go along with that. Got to think outside the box. So like I originally got into amateur radio for first person view because you need a license to do like the first person view with the drones. So like when you first got your license, what was it for? It's probably not the same reasons keeping you in the hobby right now, right? And I kind of buried that knowledge that I wanted to use FPV for it or get my license for FPV. And after I got my license, got tech, general, and extra. I just kind of buried that knowledge. I'm like, oh, I'm doing all this other cool stuff. I'm doing VE testing. I'm doing VHF stuff. But then I saw the record. I'm like, huh, I have this. I can do this. And like FPV's in our spectrum. We can do it. I saw the record. Went out and did it. Keep it simple, stupid. So you just kind of go out and kind of do a little bit of research, try something. If it doesn't work the first time, keep iterating. Don't just give up. Use your knowledge and apply it. It's just a few takeaways. I know this was kind of scattered out everywhere, but the whole kind of thing that I'm pushing through is like, you can do this kind of stuff. Like you don't have to think that these people that you see on like, I think a way to word it here. You don't need sophisticated setups. You don't need it. It makes it a lot easier. I will say that, but you don't need to do that. If you have some stuff lying around, try it out. You might get somewhere with it. Be open to change. It doesn't have to be hard. It can be hard, but it doesn't have to be. Be ready to experiment. I have a paraphrased quote. Does anyone watch Technology Connections? Alec Watson. Okay. Well, kind of paraphrase from him. When faced with a unique solution that comes about from doing something a different way, don't just give up. So like if you try something that didn't work the first time, just keep trying and iterating. It's a process. You're going to have to do that. So that's kind of all I have. Do I have time for questions at all? Any questions? One or two? Oh, yeah, sorry. It's paraphrased from Alec Watson from Technology Connections on YouTube. Then did you need me to repeat the quote? Okay. No? Okay. And then there's one more slide. If you want to follow me, I'm on TikTok. There's not a lot of stuff on there. It's a lot of memes. I haven't posted anything from the video yet because I kind of wanted this to be the first time I talk about it. Keeping it a little bit hush hush so I can keep that record. That's another pro tip is keep a little bit hush hush before you talk about it. But if you want to beat it, go for it. I'd be happy to see someone break it. As much as I like to keep it, but I have some other records I'm doing too. So good. Okay.
Just to let everyone know that the ticketing for the raffle is being closed because we encourage everyone to be here early to see every presenter. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And as we said, we want to give big thanks to ICOM and DX Engineering for donating these prizes. Without them, we wouldn't be able to give away prizes, and they do a lot for youth. As we've mentioned, Youth on the Air support that, YDXA, as well as a lot of other events too. So we also have a table over there if you haven't seen it when you were getting your ticket. It has some ICOM gear, chapstick, some hats. So feel free to grab one at the end of the forum. And when Katie's ready, she can go ahead.
Okay, so my presentation is on contesting, youth in contesting particularly. So I kind of recently got into contesting like the past 2-3 years-ish. So for anybody here who doesn't really know what contesting in amateur radio is, basically you have a set period of time. It could be like anywhere from probably 12 hours to 48. And your objective is to make as many contacts in the set period of time as possible. And then obviously like there are rules that you have to follow. So you want to make sure like you're abiding by power limits and however many people you have operating, all that kind of stuff. And then these two pictures, kind of like a typical contesting setup where you have like your logging software and everything on the computer and then a radio. and then hopefully amplifiers, if you're lucky. So in terms of my contesting experience, like I said, I've kind of gotten into it in the past couple of years, so I'm not by any means a seasoned contester at this point, but I have done a couple single ops in some of the smaller contests, like NAQPs and stuff, North American QSO parties. Other than that, I've been in a couple multi-ops at K8AZ and K3LR. All of those, each is kind of like a very unique opportunity. Every team is different, but it's fun to be part of those. Other than that, maybe not like a contest, but I do participate in the school club roundups with my school club. So I kind of like Elmer the kids in that club and give them as much contesting knowledge as I can in that. So if you're a young person looking to get involved with contesting, there's a lot of different ways you could do it. My best recommendation would be to go to a local club meeting and see if there's someone there who is a contester and would like let you come to their station, or at least Elmer you a little bit in it. Hopefully, I mean, if you probably don't, but if your school has a club and there's someone there that contests, that's a great way to get into it. Otherwise, you can look at who submitted logs to some of the major contests, email them, ask if they have any tips, look at their logs before you decide like that you're going to do a contest, figure out a plan. So yeah, your best bet is to find an Elmer or mentor and then kind of go from there, but there's lots of different ways to get involved. Once you are involved, it does get kind of hard, like figuring out, okay, I need to improve here. How do I do that? How do I make a plan to do that? So if you already are involved in contesting and you just want to get better, some of the ways to do that would be, like I mentioned just now, kind of studying logs before you do a contest, looking at what someone did to get a good score in it. If it's like a CW contest situation, maybe work on your CW skills, which would be separate of contesting, kind of. SSB, I mean, it goes for SSB and CW, would be to listen to an op who's better than you, and then kind of try and emulate what they're doing. Yeah. There are a lot of struggles that youth face in contesting. Well, not a lot, but there are some. And this slide kind of applies to adults in the room who might be interested in supporting a young person who'd like to contest. You're kind of trying to work around a school schedule, which is great that contests are mostly on the weekends, but then you do have to go to school Monday morning, so that's kind of a pain. And then just finding like an adult chaperone to be there, because it's kind of weird sometimes to just go sit in some nearly stranger's basement and contest with no adults. So stuff like that can be hard for youth to kind of try and navigate, but there are solutions to most of those. And then why do youth enjoy contesting? I think there's a lot of different reasons, and it probably like depends person to person. For me, the biggest thing that I enjoy with contesting are the people that I meet. A lot of the stuff that I do in ham radio is to meet different people and make new friends. It also provides travel opportunities, so that's also a big part of it. Aside from that, though, aside from the social aspect, I enjoy being able to challenge myself, especially with CW contests. It's really fun to see how much better from like one CW contest to the next I can get. Usually it's pretty good as long as I practice in between. Don't get too busy with school. So there's a lot of different reasons that youth enjoy contesting, but those are just some of the main ones. And then does anybody have any questions about contesting, like specifically? Yes?
You recommend Contest University?
I do recommend Contest University very highly. It can be a little bit, not necessarily over your head, it can be a little bit technical if you're new to contesting, but it is a really good way to kind of just immerse yourself in the contesting, kind of just the community of it, and then go from there. You'll learn a lot. Contest University is the Thursday before Dayton, so unfortunately we've missed it by this year if you weren't there. But next year, definitely look into it. One in the back.
Is the ultimate outcome of contesting just bragging rights, or is there something else that comes of it?
So for the ultimate outcome, I mean, It depends on what you're doing it for. I mean, if you're doing it for bragging rights and you get the bragging rights, that is an outcome. I think for me and a lot of people, I think it's just knowing that you've improved and knowing that you can improve. Yeah, it's more about the fun than the bragging rights for most people, I think. All right, and I think one more, yeah. So Contest University is a day-long program. It runs about 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And it's basically like kind of a mini conference within Dayton. So there are different sessions you can go to. There's like 4 for each chunk of time. You pick which one you want to go to, and they're all about contesting stuff. So like you can see one about sunspot cycles, tips and tricks to streamline your station, stuff like that. But it's a really good way to meet people who are really good at contesting and have been doing it for a really long time. And then you're kind of just in a room that has such a vast wealth of knowledge that like it's impossible not to learn something. So that is a basic overview of CTO. And I think we're probably out of time. So
Yeah, thank you, Katie. We're going to transition now to the panel. So our panel participants will go up to the stage now. So we're going to continue with a bit more of questions. We have some pre-planned questions, as well as we'll be accepting questions from the audience. If you're a youth, if you have a question about what you've done in the hobby or how just to be inspired, we want to be able to help the adults and the youth in the audience being able to just learn and being able to talk to youth in the hobby instead of this forum ending and us going to what we normally do. So yeah, we're gonna set up quick and we'll get rolling.
Just want to let everyone know that Grace and Jim and the new team here have done an absolute job. Don't you agree? Very good. And thank you very much for coming and participating at the 37th Youth Activities event. And back to you. Thanks for coming.
Just remember, if you have an audience question, repeat it. So first off, we're going to start with some of the questions. We'll go down. We'll start with Isaiah. What first got you interested in amateur radio, and why do you stay involved?
So I got into amateur radio in 2022. My dad tried to show me a little about amateur radio, and I never had any interest because we had no radio set up. And then one afternoon, we were talking about it, and I decided to start studying. And I got my tech, and we activated our first park in Florida on 10 meters, and this was took about 2 hours to activate, so I knew I needed to upgrade to general. Got the general and extra a few months later, and got into contesting in parks on the air. And ever since then, it's really taken off, and also started doing CW about 2 years ago as well. And that's kind of where I got started. And then my mom got licensed, my brother got licensed, my uncle, he got relicensed, my cousin got licensed, and a lot of friends in our town got licensed as well. And so it's been a great experience so far.
Yeah, so I got interested in amateur radio, probably from slide with first-person view video from drones. That was pretty much the only reason at the time, but people kind of kept saying all these other things you can do with it, like you can talk to satellites, you can talk to astronauts on the ISS, you can do just so many facets of the hobby you can do with amateur radio. I first got licensed back in 2017 as a tech. A month later, got my general. Rated closer like next January till I got my extra. That kind of whooped me a little bit, but it's not an easy test. But what's keeping me in the hobby still is just making friends, hanging out, and just doing cool things in the hobby, experimenting and seeing what you can do with it.
So I got my tech in March of 2019, and then general and extra by June or July of that year. Mostly what got me into amateur radio was like my school club and also family involvement that I kind of I wasn't super aware of until after school club stuff kind of like surfaced it for me. But at that point, I just didn't really have a lot to do, and it was something cool to do. So that's how I got my license. And then since then, the thing that's kept me in it the most is meeting new people, getting to travel. Also at this point, CW and contesting. I really like both of those.
So what really got me into ham radio was first week of college at Mississippi State was like during COVID. So there was not many clubs going, but the ham radio club there at Mississippi State had like a virtual information session, and I joined and said, "Hey, this sounds interesting." Next weekend, I took my tech at the MFJ headquarters. And from there, I just kind of started a love letter to amateur radio. Immediately, swapped my majors from chemical engineering to electrical engineering because I was like, oh, okay, this is exactly what I want to do. So that's, that's what's keeping the hobby and, contesting and operating and hanging out with, all the wonderful friends I've made through the hobby is really what's keeping me in it now.
So what advice would you give a club or an Elmer or an adult here to better support youth and encourage them either to get licensed or stay in the hobby?
I think first of all, just have youth around your station and teach them all you know. It's kind of hard, easier said than done, but just take them on some activities you do. Gray would be doing Parks on the Air as well. Invite somebody along just for an afternoon, and there's a lot to learn from the Elmers around us, and I've met a lot of great friends on the air that have taught me so much. And just get on the air and call CQ. Don't be afraid. And I've talked to people for hours on the air and gave me so much grateful tips. And I've made so many great friends, and a lot of them are here today. So I really do appreciate all the Elmers I have in this room.
Oh boy, there's a lot I could say, but the biggest things of the things I would give a club or Elmers is listen to the youth and respect their opinion, and at least make them feel heard. There's just a lot of, well, we've done it this way for so many years, and well, we're not going to change, and well, the youth don't know what they're talking about. They're no code extras. I'm a no code extra, but just listen to the youth. Don't pander to them. Just make them feel heard. It's not that hard.
Yeah, mine kind of piggybacks off of that. Just if there is a young person that you already are interacting with, they kind of tell you what they're interested in. You don't have to push them into anything. I kind of found CW and was like, I kind of want to learn CW. And nobody was like, you have to learn CW. And if they had been, I probably would not have wanted to learn it. An adult telling you to do something kind of makes you want to not do it. So let the youth tell you what they want to do, and then find someone, if you can't support them in that can. That's local clubs are a really great way to do that. But like he said, let them tell you what they want to do. Don't shove them into a specific aspect.
Yeah, to go off of both of those, the big thing I'd say is while youth in the hobby are vital for its continuing, I would say don't necessarily treat us like keychains of really nice things to have on a shelf of, yeah, we might be young, but a lot of us are into the hobby, but not because, we want to be treated differently. It's I want to compete with everyone else in the same class and be treated just the same. A lot of that I'd say is, just we're hams too. And it's not just, it's not just that we want to be treated as youth. We also want to be treated as operators, and we want to contest the same way. And we're operating for a lot of the same reasons that, anyone from the age of above 25 to, 800 is operating and doing it. It's for a lot of the same reasons. Big thing I'd say is, like they've said, listen to what the youth are wanting to do, but also don't treat them, as this token, oh, here's our token youth. It's listen to us, interact with us, and don't treat us that way, because it's very demeaning sometimes.
So kind of on the flip side, talking to our some of our youth audience. So if someone just got licensed this weekend, or they're thinking of getting licensed, so what would be some advice you would give them as they're just starting amateur radio? What things should they try? What have you learned through the years that you've been licensed?
First of all, find an Elmer, like what everybody said before. Find someone that'll teach you and give you all the information that they can pass on to you. And another great thing I said, getting Parks on the Air, that's where I really got started going. I had a lot of mic fry at first. I didn't want to talk to anybody on the air. I just wanted to kind of listen for a while and talk on our repeaters. But find somebody to tag along with to their station or even to a park, and they have a lot of great information to pass on. Another great thing is once you get into amateur radio, start learning CW, because there's a lot of youth that I know now that are getting into CW as well. And my cousin, she's 7 years old, doesn't even do ham radio, but she's learning CW right now and gets in her full name. But just try different things, amateur radio, try something different, and don't be scared to try it.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of back off that a little bit too. Is like find an Elmer you click with. Don't like. It's kind of like doctors. Like if you don't like the doctor, like your current doctor, find a new one. If you don't like your current Elmer, find a new one. If it doesn't work, you're not gonna have a fun time in amateur radio. Like kind of like what I was saying before. Like if they're treating you differently, find someone else. You're not gonna have fun. Kind of don't know what else to add on to that, but you know, I'll pass along.
To piggyback off of what both of them said, find an Elmer, but don't just like find one Elmer. Don't be like, I found an Elmer and I'm done. Like find as many as you possibly can. There's no limit to how many you can have. And it's also nice if you do that, because then you can have a CW Elmer, a contesting Elmer. So you're not just getting information from one source. That, and also, even if you are kind of like Levi said, being treated like the token youth, and it's like, oh, this is our youth operator. This is our youth. They just are youth. Don't really let that like define how you're operating or what you're doing. Like you can still go do what you want, and pursue things. Like if you're interested in CW and your local club isn't, just go find an Elmer to do CW with. Like you don't have to do it with them. So just kind of look for as many opportunities for yourself as you can and take all of them that you can and want to, because that's really like where you'll meet people and have the best time.
Main things I would say to someone getting licensed would be try a little bit of everything. Just because, your local club doesn't like phone doesn't mean you can't do phone. Just try a bit of everything. Try to build things. So build every antenna you want to. Just start experimenting, because you learn so much more by building over buying. So every chance you can, if you want a new antenna, throw some wire up in the air, see what happens. You want to try a new mode? Okay, just fire up FL Digi. Just try a bit of everything, and don't predeterminately lock yourself into specific boxes of saying, well, I only ever want to operate CW without, having tried everything else. Yeah.
So we appreciate the panel. We're now going to switch over to prizes. So if our panelists want to go back down, we'll be presenting the young.
I'd like to recognize Ralph and the Lost Cruz Amateur Radio Club. The two gentlemen over here, they've been supporting Carroll's Youth Forum for decades. So thank you very much for coming down and always helping us. They're really great people, and this is a great forum. Okay, very good. Mr. Rubenstein, please, can you come upwards and help with the certificates with Grace? Would our president from Radio Club of America also come up front, please, Alan? If you have any last words, and keep it short because we're on a timetable for Ralph. I'm glad I have bosses. There we go. Grace, come down too. Yeah, with the raffles, but we have to get the certificates out first. And then thank the sponsors, the bags.
Well, first of all, for those of you who have come in a little bit late, my name is Alan Spindell, AG4WK. I'm the president of the Radio Club of America. We're happy to carry on this 37-year tradition here at the Youth Forum at the Dayton Hamvention. And the club's history goes back to 1909, so I'm proud to carry on this great tradition here. I'd like to thank Grace for doing a fantastic job here moderating this forum. And Jim Storms for stepping into the big shoes of Carol Perry and hope coordinating this in the off season. I hope to see you back again next year, Jim. You're done. You're done. You're hooked for life. Yeah, yeah. And especially like to thank all of our presenters and the panelists who came today and made that extra effort to share what they're doing with us. Let's give them a big, big hand. I especially like to thank everyone else that's here today. Give yourselves a big hand for coming and participating in this 37th annual forum. Most importantly, we could not do this without our sponsors. A big thanks to Lloyd and the guys at ICOM, Ray, for making all of this happen. There he is, folks. Give Ray Novak a big hand. Also, DX Engineering is also a big sponsor of this event. We'd like to give them a big hand and go check out their booth, right? The ICOM booth that's right there across the way. Help yourself to the good ICOM pens and stuff they have here, notepads. That's all for you all. And
Emulsification, cheese.
quick picture.
We had to get one with Charles in it.
Thank you. I'm never in my pictures.
Most of all, I'd like to thank the Radio Club of America and past President Dave Bart and the Youth Activities Committee for making all of this happen.
Also, there's something special from come here. There we go. Just a second here. We have someone that's come a long way from India here. You recognize them every year?
Not every year, but almost every year we try to darpen, and we have been supported by RCA and the Youth Forum and Carol Perry. And a couple of our Indians were also on the dais some years ago, and they were also presenting. And we are so proud of you. So in recognition to your services for continuing amateur radio and encouraging youth, so we would like to present a memento to the president of the RCA. I hope he would come and accept it from us.
Thank you for extending the services to all the youth people here. I started with the amateur radio not too far, and I've learned a lot. Thank you for continuing your services here.
Thanks so much.
I would like to, I request Stan to come over, please. He has visited Hyderabad. He has come to our facility, and he inspected us with Carol Perry. Is it true? And he took care of one of our ham, Tom. Yeah, you remember him?
Absolutely.
He was on the dais here some years ago.
And Tom got his master's coincidentally at the University of Colorado, and I was able to, with a bunch of friends, we got their house furnished and got rid of all our old pots and pans, and we had a lot of fun with them while they were in Colorado. And Tom Jose is now working for Google in somewhere in Northern California. I understand they're paying him enough to live there.
Yeah. We thank you, Stan, for someone halfway around the world. You have taken good care of the hams from India. So.
And a wide angle here, whatever. Here.
Okay.
There. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Thanks.
It's quite a surprise. Thank you.
Yeah. And I was hoping to meet Carol Perry. I wish you would pass on our regards to Carol as well.
Happy to.
Thank you so much. And thank you all.
So the first certificate we're going to be presenting is to Katie, KE8LQR, for being the 2025 Young Ham Achievers Award.
Congratulations.
The next young 2025 Young Achiever is Lily, W-A-L-I-L. Congratulations and thank you for presenting.
Congratulations.
The next Young Achiever we have is Maggie. You did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Good job, Matt. Here you go. Congratulations.
There we go, a little closer here. There, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Our next one is Dominic, Alpha Delta 8 Alpha Kilo, the 2025 Young Achievers Award.
Go, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Congratulations.
Our next one, Isaiah Russell. Thank you for giving your amazing presentation on POTA. Hopefully we're all inspired to go out there and activate a park. I know a lot of people are out there this week locally, so. And our next one is Levi, KG5XR. Thank you for being a part of the panel and sharing some words with us. And the next up, we have Josiah. Thank you so much for being part of the panel, too. Yeah.
Can I borrow this for a second?
We have a special guest here, Mr. Ray Novak from ICOM. Could you please come up to the podium here? Everyone, please give Ray and ICOM a great hand of applause for everything that they do for youth. I don't know what your title is anymore. You keep going up. There we go. And Ray has a couple of things also here that ICOM has donated to all the presenters. So here you go, Ray. Thanks.
Well, I want to thank everybody for the hard work and effort. I know how difficult it is being young in an older generation hobby. I've been in amateur radio since 1988, where I was in my 20s and everybody walking past me in the booth to go talk to the old guys because supposedly they knew more about amateur radio than me being a geek and studying it. But I want to thank you all for what you're doing, supporting the youth, getting out there, getting active, and I hope you enjoy the things that we've provided for you. So keep up the hard work and we'll keep on supporting.
Thanks, Ray. So I'd like to.
So I'm the new spokesman for ICOM. There we go. You don't want me. This is a great, beautiful backpack that ICOM provides to all the presenters here. They have their call sign, they have their name, and what else is inside? What else are they getting?
I'm not really sure what was all in it. There he is. There's Lloyd. Lloyd, jackets. What, a radio? Really? A radio?
Wow.
See, I'm just a guy that said, yeah, let's do this. Lloyd's the one that works the magic to get the backpacks, gets the call signs embroidered on them and names, the jackets. RCA has got a great, it used to do just an embroidered patch, but I'm impressed by the plaque that's on it. So great job, everybody. Lloyd, direct path, right here, direct path. No, he's going to go long path on us here.
Oh, EME.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Grab a picture, all of you guys, including you. Jim?
Yeah, any chance that I can get to embarrass Lloyd is a good day.
There we go. Emulsification time. 1, 2, 3, cheers. 1, 2, 3, cheers. God bless all of you.
All right.
Thanks, Ray. And once again, thanks ICOM and all of our sponsors, DX Engineering, the Dayton Amateur Radio Association and the Radio Club of America. The microphone was taken away from me, I was about to remind you all certificate holders that this does entitle you to be eligible for our Youth Activity Scholarship. The forms are available online, and the referral forms are too. You'll need 2 forms that are not a sibling, 2 referrals that are not a sibling or a parent. All right, Grace, and once again, I'd like to thank all of you for participating in this 37th Annual Youth Activities Forum from the Radio Club of America. Charles, you want the last word?
No, the microphone's going over here to Ralph. There we go. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, lens cap, right? There we go. Ralph, you'll read out the numbers, or I'll read out the numbers, and here we go. Here, nice wireless stuff here. No Bluetooth connection today. Yeah, there we go. Low budget operation. Okay, Ralph.
We're going to start out by just pulling randomly a ticket from each of the drums, and that'll be a gift certificate from made possible by DX Engineering, a $100 gift certificate. You can spend it there anytime you want.
Very good. Okay, here we go. We have a youth white number 25. Oh, the name. There we go. Thank you. Howard Flowers. Hannah Flowers.
Hannah Flores.
Oh, okay. There we go. I'll put this over here. Yeah, we'll put all the U's there. And the adult we have. Okay.
Mark.
Yeah, Mark, KE8NMZ. Mark, you around? Very good. Excellent, with a great question. Thank you. Next, for the youth. Okay, youth, grab one.
Did you grab some off your phone? I've got this certificates here. From DX, yes.
Well, there's more gifts. There we go.
Got these many to give away.
Okay, well, we have more. Okay, let's grab a number. Grab one. There. For a youth, we have Cassia KB3PGY. Cassia B. There we go. Let's do an adult. There we go. Tim Alcama, K8LK. Oh, sorry.
I just talked with Melanie at DX Engineering. The $100 gift certificates, if you want to take it over there and use it to get a dual band ICOM handheld, the T10, she said she will do that for the $100 gift certificate.
Thank you very much, DX Engineering and ICOM. Thanks.
Because I've seen a couple of youth walking around with non-ICOM handhelds. It's time to come on over.
Tim? A youth, please. There we go. Sophia Wagner. Sophia Wagner. Sophia, going once. Oh, there we go. Let's get an adult. Okay, we have Peter Wrigley N9HDW. Peter, very good. Take a youth. Yeah, he'll pick the adults, you'll pick the youths. Okay, Ian Turner, KE9BK Zulu. Adult, yes.
Holding an extra class
Extra class study manual. Cool beans. Wow. Oh, look at that. All the manuals are there. Congratulations, guys. Great. Let's see. We have Chris, AE01M. Let's see. N380F, Emma Mortensen, Hannah Mortensen, is that, there we go. Adult. Bob, N2SU. Connor, W4IPC. There you go, Connor. It was nice to see you coming in. That's great. I'll take an adult. Okay, this one says ticket. No, little humor. Marcus, KA9VT, 0VT. Marcus. Oh, there we go. I need new prescription. Yes. Okay, these are, by the way, these ones are all gift certificates from the club here. Thank you, Ralph. Yes. And DX, for DX, yeah, for DX Engineering to be used at DX Engineering. Let's see, UE, KF8CAN. UE, KF8CAN. Oh, there we go. Okay. E, okay, can't read anything. Okay, geez, these are getting better. Trevor, KE8KWZ. Taylor, geez, can't read anything here. There we go. Yeah, he knows everything. That's why he has an award. Agnes, 88IR, Agnes. Adults. Yes.
Okay, just Agnes, Ben, Isaiah, and Josiah are all part of the Dave Calder Youth DX Adventure 2025 Curacao trip in July. So they'll be going with us on the trip. So in July 17th to 22nd, work these kids from Curacao, okay?
Thank you, Jim. Tom, W0LFC. Tom? There we go. For the youth, we have Maggie, KF8BMC. Maggie? Oh, lots. Two more. Okay, for an adult, Isaac. God, you help me with this? There we go. Silver Springs, Isaac.
Yeah.
You're, there we go. And one last youth. There we go. Thank you very much. Tristan Walker. And again, thanks for Lance Cruz Amateur Radio Club and Ralph and his team. I know.
Okay, we got one of these for each of the presenters also. So Come back and see me when you have a chance after the smoke blows away, and we'll make sure that each person gets one. I got 8 of them here, and I counted 8 names in the book, so that's what we have.
Yeah, we'll give them to you when we take the group photo. Okay. Now, Master of Ceremonies for the prizes here, we have the 2 ICOM portables and the IC 7300.
Okay, well, the idea would be we're going to dump all the tickets in one bucket, shake them up real good.
We're going to dump all the ones that we've drawn back
Yeah, we're
in,
gonna put 'em back
and we're
in.
going to draw 1 youth, then we're going to draw 1 adult, and then we're going to combine them for the final. No, I'm sorry. The adult is for the 7,300 because of tax free.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, real quickly, they're going to, everybody that has been drawn gets back into their bin. The youth go in the youth bin and the adults go in the adult bin. Okay? I think sure everybody figured that out. Then we're going to draw 1 youth for a 52A. Then we'll draw 1 adult for a 52A. Must be a licensed ham to win this. So I'm sorry the little girl doesn't qualify. And then we'll draw 1 adult for the 7,300.
If we're not licensed ham, but we get our check this afternoon, like, if we get a break.
I don't know about that one. You must be a current license holder. Yep, 1 of each. Let's go ahead and draw the youth first. And the winner is Tristan Walker. Not licensed to draw another youth. Oh. Now the good news was that one I could read without my glasses. This one I can't.
Microscope.
Yeah. N3 BOF, I believe, or DOF. It looks like Hapzal.
More.
Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, that actually it is DOE.
There. Can we do this in front of the icon sponsor thing here? There, thank you. Little advertising, everyone.
Does that have a color sign on it?
Okay, guys. There we go. Me too. 1, 2, 3 cheese. And uno, dos, tres. Oh, sorry, you gotta get the radio. Good. Okay. Al.
Only adults can win the 7,300. Okay, I know this is a licensed one. Elizabeth Wagner. Not licensed? Come on, the only one in the. Come on, the Wagner family. I know you guys, and she doesn't have a license. She loses. Draw another one. Yeah. I thought Cersei had it. Well, you know, this is another name I know, John Russell. N5 VOF. Yep, that's your husband. He's doing a presentation. So he was in the room before, so I say we go ahead and give it to him. And we'll let his wife accept it in his honor. Yeah, but keep the radio, okay? He doesn't get it. A lot of times it's the XYL wins it and the guy takes it from her. So for the 7,300, an adult winner here. I don't have a ticket in here, so it's not mine, obviously. And this one's upside down. Tom, W0LFC. UFC? Okay.
Get the icon. There we go. Very good. 1, 2, 3, cheers. 1, 2, 3, cheers.
I think they're going to do a team picture. Sure.
I'd like to ask Stan Rubenstein, could you please come up here? Stan has been doing this for decades and very, very close friend of all of us. Where's Ernie? Ernie, please come up over here this is Carol Perry's team. Who else do we have here? Just say a couple of words on behalf of Carol. Yeah, we're the minions. There we go. And I have my 30th anniversary monitor button or badge.
Yeah, Carol wasn't able to make it for a number of reasons. One, she decided to hand over the baton, but secondly, both of her granddaughters are graduating from college, or 2 of them. So she said to be sure to say hi. She calls us the love crowd.
No, she calls us the marginal minions. But anyway, she's not here, but I have been sending her photographs during this thing, and I think Charles has too. So she's very proud of today. So,
and they're all graduating with honors. So there we go. Congratulations. Thank you, Jim, for everything. Grace, thank you as well. And of course, my best buddy from ICOM. There we go.
So I'm going to have to give Carol a call and ask her what's really important to her. But she's a good friend of mine, so she'll take that well. Just as a wrap up here, I'm going to put my Carol Perry hat on for a moment here. You heard the kids, what they had to say. You see how inventive they are, how interested they are when they're involved, and we take them seriously. Remember, us that are chronologically challenged now need to remember that these kids today have different priorities, different views. We need to embrace it. I see all the time, and the latest DXpedition, I saw a lot of comments on DX Summit that we got to get rid of. We need to accept where these kids are, what interests them, because believe it or not, they come in doing one little thing that we may not like, but they end up growing, getting extra. They learn CW because they love it. We don't have to shove stuff down their throat. They love it. Kids, don't listen to some of us old guys with opinions. Take it for what it is. It's opinion. They may criticize you. Don't listen to it. Just grow. The inventiveness of finding your own stuff, putting the garbage together is a lot of fun. And I'm just really watch these kids learn and grow. We need to embrace that. Just embrace it. So be open as older people. Be that mentor. Find that thing you love. Find the kids that love it and just work with them. So that's a big thing today. Oh, we have another gift certificate from DX. Ian Alcamera. You just won, Alcam. Did he run off? Oh, there he is. See, I know a bunch of these kids because they've actually been on YDXA trips, and we watch these kids grow and just really, really flourish, and that's why we do it.
These are kids. They're the ones that are growing the next level of evolution of radio and radio tech and what you can do with it.
Right.
It's like having, the FDA having the connection to the internet. Somebody grew that out. That was a young person.
Yep.
So just emphasizing the value of that. They're growing it now.
Yep.
Could we have all the young presenters line up, and ICOM will present the backpacks, and also we have Ralph that'll present the gift certificates, and we're going to do it right over here so we have a backdrop for a nice group photo. Also, we have ICOM swag here, courtesy of ICOM. We have some beautiful pink ICOM hats. We have pads, pens, lanyards, great stickers. So please come by. And thank you for attending the 37th Annual Radio Club of America Youth Activities Forum.
We'll have a picture with Okay, line up and that will get them. Everyone line up in order of presentation. First, second, third, fourth, and so on. Come on, line up over here. Okay, guys. Everyone in order of presentation. Thank you. Move over a bit this way so we can get everyone with the backdrop. Thank you. Come on this way. Here, go right over here, right over here. You have your backpacks. You got hold your backpacks in the front. Line. Grace. And here. Ralph, why don't you get you in there as well? Okay. Very good. Yes, sir. Okay. Excellent. Everyone look at the herding mat here. Cheers. Cheers. One for Rick. See how we have the ones together. That's yeah, one less. Yeah, he take it. Great job. Great job. Thank you. The first is always the hardest.
Hello. Attention. Someone dropped their ticket on the floor. Someone named Deborah Clark.
You guys doing anything like that? Oh, thank you. That's why oh. Finished? I started again. Yeah. I'm not going to get you or I'm going to I know you have all my community and then somewhat like product. And then taking out my next year. Managing online classes. So I speech class. I looked at the first speaking of the hobby. So I would love. You guys? Yeah, so just so you know, I'm not at the table that we got a new table, right? So me and my friend we got a table. And this came up. I'm like, well, part of our table. But see me, I'll be around. Where are they? Right here. You can go there. I don't know. You can go there. I don't know if you left the room last night. You can go Probably go right between him and me. That's you.
Sorry.
I don't know how to get this to go away.
Escape. I have the guy who did the stuff. Yeah. So exactly, you got to pre-market. Brian probably he's expert in like millimeter wave. All the rest. Yeah, it is hard to go back. And I wasn't saying. Oh, I know, yeah. What I'm saying, like, it's hard. You have to walk. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get. Yeah, you don't have to do it's not just do. You can work with people who did the morning. The garbage. There's a guy, PYP, I'm Rochester, New York. He said, you know, corn is almost impossible to school. That's right. And coffee can, soda cans, I'd speak. But yeah, everyone's been in that out in the middle of the market. Don't get this. So, do you know I'm Andy Keeper. Yeah.
I know.
My government's fun to talk to me. Those guys are actually here. Yeah. I've seen lots of frogs going. Well, you didn't know how wet it was going to be when you got here. Yeah.
My mom was like,
that video. Good job.
I can. No, this is my summer. These 3 days. Yeah, that's telling everyone I just finished my freshman year of yeah, I'm officially a sophomore in my college. But I'm taking physics 1 and calc 2 and speech over the summer. So I'm in physics 1 right now. I have 4 more weeks left, and then I start speech, and then calc 2 is second.
You know how tough it is. Right. Fair warning, because I didn't prove it. Right? I'm assuming the curriculum is the same. You have money. Yeah. Right. You should spend about 3 weeks going. Why?
Well, the thing is, our school is very conservative. 5 credits up. It's 15 minutes over. It's like 5 minutes from John Prine. So, like, so when I go back, I still have to change. Thank you for it. I don't know, there's probably things aren't like that no one else can.
Right. I intended it for back. That was like all over.
But I don't know exactly. I've been talking to someone
Well, I don't know what they're doing with all that stuff. What? I don't know what they're doing with all that stuff. I'm gonna walk back, I figure out grab the sign, so I'll go back.
Yeah.
Well, the reason it'll be different from what it is. That would be pretty nice. What do you think? Susan, at the bar, what I was thinking about switching to that. I'll probably up at the Prince Center. Oh boy, this is. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I've got a card we can use. Let's see here. Can't see it. There we are. Yeah.
Well, that's a good sign. Where's the mouse? There we go. There. All right. I'll tell you what. I'm going to come down there. There's a mic down there, right? Yeah. Chair in the back just so I can watch the room. I took out everything. So. Just checking in to see if all your technology. I like that. Hole stick in the ground. Stick in the ground. But the top. I never had a top. I had another one. I couldn't find it. Ready? Yes. I probably won't answer. How you doing? Doing well. Good to meet you. Yeah, we're going up. Absolutely. I think that Greg is going to put a mic on the mic. So I'm just going to, so the speakers are Maria, David, Kristen. I just need, so I just want them to know that on it will be a second mic. This way, as it passes from person to person, it'll be mic'd for the recording. I don't have a
There's very little tip. Scott, you got this, right?
Uh-huh. Moral or morale?
You can do it. If you tell them what
Do you want to tape it or anything?
Since we have a couple different speakers, I think I'm just gonna. It should be okay.
All right.
As long as you're not shaking it around too much, it should be good. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put it
Okay.
This is kind of the area where people are going to be speaking.
Yeah, I would imagine.
All right, just in case back up.
Okay, great. Just as kind of an FYI, if you're here for the Gongler Bar Mitzvah, you're in the wrong building. You probably need to be in building 1. So anybody here for the Bar Mitzvah? Okay, you probably need to go to the other building. Well, it looks like everybody's kind of settled down, so we might as well go ahead and kick this off. I am Scott Yonley, the Great Lakes Division Director. And on behalf of the ARRL and the Great Lakes Division, I want to welcome all of you here and thank you for being ARRL members. We greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate that. Last year, we worked on scholarships. This year, we're working on them as well. We've got a lot of scholarships, over 100. And I wanted to point out those that within the Great Lakes Division, the folks who are Great Lakes members or live here in the Great Lakes Division who received scholarships last year. These are the kids that got them. We do have 3 on the bottom there that didn't have a picture, but we did want to list their names just so they're recognized. So, and in fact, I'm sure Chris is running around here somewhere. And so when you see them, congratulate them for all the hard work that they do, because these kids are working hard, trust me. My division cabinet. Roy, where are you at? I know you're here. Okay, stand up. Okay, Larry, are you here? Yeah, you're here. Tom, are you here? Okay, I don't see Tom yet. And Alan, who could not be with us for medical reasons, but these are my division cabinet. And they work hard with me, making sure that the Great Lakes Division is well represented. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the divisions. There are actually, for those of you who are new to ARRL, there's actually 15 divisions within the country. And the Great Lakes Division is number 6. We're the 6th largest of all of them, and we're very proud of that fact. The 5 largest states in ham population, can anybody guess what they are? You got them all, yes. There they are: California, Texas, Florida, Washington, and Ohio. This makes up actually almost 34% of all the hams in the country, just these 5 states alone. Quite an amazement of population, I would say. Membership within the ARRL Great Lakes Division. Ohio is the largest section in the country. There's 71 sections, and Ohio's the largest. Michigan comes in 8th, and Kentucky comes in 36th. Now, 36 sounds like the bottom of the list, but it's only halfway down. So it shows you the power of the Great Lakes Division. Now I want to talk about a special award. It's very, very special in the Great Lakes Division. It's not given out very often. This one means a lot to all of us within the Great Lakes Division. It's our Lifetime Achievement Award. And to receive this award, you've got to go through a lot of hoops. But I will tell you, with this, as you can read, there's a lot that goes along with this, where you have worked for the advancement of amateur radio, for the advancement of ARRL, for the advancement of the Great Lakes Division, for your lifetime. And not only then, but also we expect that recipient to carry on with that tradition, even though he may have retired, he or she. And it's a great honor today, for me especially. Yeah, I'm going to tear up, I'm sorry. Our recipient this year has been like a dad to me. I've learned a lot of respect for not only how to do this job, but the temperament that it takes. I can't tell you just how many thousands and thousands and thousands of hours our recipient has put into the Great Lakes Division, representing us, but not only representing us, but representing his own community that he lives in. It's a great honor and a privilege to be able to announce the recipient this time. And again, I'm tearing up, and I apologize for that. I don't mean to, but it means so much to me to be able to do this. And the recipient this year is none other than Dale Williams. Dale. So much. I do. And thank you for everything you've done for the Great Lakes Division, for ARRL, for the ARRL board, and for me personally. I really greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Another picture.
Over my lifetime, I've said no.
Oh, thank you, Dale. Okay, now I'd like to introduce Kristen McIntyre, our first vice president of ARRL. Kristen?
Thank you very much, Scott, and it's really heartwarming to see Dale win this award. Dale was one of the first faces I got to know when I started on the board 80 years ago, and it's just well-deserved. One more hand for Dale. So I want to put out some apologies for Rick Roderick not making it here this time, and sorry you're stuck with me instead. A poor substitute, but I'm happy to be here, and I'm really enthused by what I'm seeing at Hamvention this year. So many people, so, you know, great attendance, great enthusiasm, positivity, people that want to see amateur radio succeed. It is really heartwarming, and thank you all for doing that. I recently, well, these kind of events are extremely important, as you all know. They bring us together. We get together on the radio, and we chit-chat, and that's great, or we contest, or we DX. But getting together like this face-to-face and talking to each other, seeing the great new products that are out there, all that stuff is really important. And a lot of hamfests around the US are having some difficulties. They're struggling because of venue costs. And as you may know, the board approved a grant program for some of these struggling division level hamfests. And so we hope that will encourage, and they come with some strings attached. You know, you have to have a long-term commitment. But if you have a hamfest in your area that is struggling, that is a division convention, talk to your director and see what you can do to keep it going, because we almost lost one that just came back. Anybody ever been to the Yuma Hamfest? Yeah, it's one of my favorites. I've been going there for a decade or more. Yuma Hamfest is a great kind of small hamfest, but it's the Southwestern Division Convention, and it was gone for a couple of years because there were no people to carry it on. And it was finances were a part of it, but another part of it was the people that lead it were not there. And that's kind of where I'm going with this. So the monetary part is great, and we have a bit of a solution there. But what we really need is your time and your energy to make this stuff work. We've seen a dearth of volunteerism lately, and that's not a critique, it's just a fact. And we need each of you to step up and help out. And I know many of you, probably many of you in this room, have done it like 5 times and are saying enough. I've been there myself. But you know, we really need you to be a part of trying to keep these kinds of events going, keep your clubs going. We've had a club recently in Southern California. Unfortunately, the Southern California DX Club is no more. And why was it no more? Because nobody would step up and be officers of the club. So if you have that chance, or if you know somebody you can encourage, especially someone new who hasn't done this before, to get out there and be a part of volunteering to be that backbone of amateur radio, I know that everybody else around you would appreciate that. And it can do wonders to keep us going, because clubs are really where it's at, right? You know, we have the radio and we can talk on that, but when you get together with a club, it makes a huge difference to everything that's going on in ham radio. I know I'm not going to steal David's thunder. David has a bunch of cool stuff to talk about. There's great stuff going on at headquarters. There's great stuff going on with initiatives here and there, but I wanted to at least point one out. Teachers Institute is just a fantastic thing, and we've got Steve Goodgame right here. Just an amazing effort at headquarters that gets teachers trained up on how to bring up that next generation of amateur radio operators. It's really amazing stuff. We're working on STEM curriculums now, and that's going to be a very important part of our future. All kinds of stuff like that. And we have the club grants program. It's all important. So I'm not going to take David's thunder away. I'm going to let him go. So thanks so much for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Kristen. Welcome to Hamvention. It's been great to see so many folks. The booth was crowded for almost the entire day yesterday. There was a lot of great energy in the booth. Don't know if you have the opportunity to swing by and see our new celebrity, Salty Walt. Walt's a guy that I just want to take a minute to talk about, because I think it's important to kind of know the background. But Walt's a guy who's been a YouTuber, and if you know anything about me, I commit a lot of time to watching amateur radio content on YouTube. It gives me hints into the things that all of you are doing and like to do, and it gives me some ideas in terms of content. And Walt's wife actually got sick with cancer, and he wound up having to take on an employment contract and move from Virginia by himself, move up to Rhode Island. And he became a lot more prolific because he was kind of lonely, and it's really started to make a lot of videos. And these videos were pretty cool to watch. He does his vertical antenna designs on graph paper, and heads off to a local clam shack or crab shack or something there, get a lobster roll at one of the little places there. Anyway, we worked with Walt to integrate that experience with going out to the beach and doing antenna design and implementation, and even took a little bit of that lifestyle piece of some of the places in New England and around the country where he's gone. The line yesterday went out the door for his book signing. And if you haven't had an opportunity, if you're in Topoda, or you're maybe there was someone talking to me, they live in an HOA and their antennas are up in the attic and they get excited about seeing antenna designs, portable antenna designs. Take a look at Walt's book. But you'll see him walking around. My mom would say he's the salt of the earth, so his nickname is well taken. But in any event, it was a really exciting day for us yesterday. One of the things that's come up in the booth a lot yesterday is I committed a significant amount of time to a Ohio resident here who has a podcast called the DX Mentor. And Bill, AJ8B, reached out to me and said, hey, my members have got questions. And I said, well, what are the questions in reference to? He said, well, it's all kinds of ARRL stuff. If we could do a podcast together. And over the course of, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks or so, we probably spent over 5 hours together going through all the questions, ordering the discussion, so to speak, and went through. And I've received a tremendous amount of feedback from members that have either sat through and watched because it's on YouTube, or listened to Bill's podcast where we talked about ARRL issues. And one of the things that came out at the board meeting in January is there's this concern that it's easy for someone with a keyboard to get on social media and to spread, of course, discontent. We see it every day, but more importantly, to spread misinformation. And you get into this sort of quagmire where transparency gets questioned. If you've got a question and you want to ask it here today, ask it. If you have a question that you want to ask me personally, I would encourage you to come to the booth. But unless it's got something to do with legal or HR or whatever, there's no issue with transparency. Feel free to come and talk to me. And I hope that if you saw that podcast, like a number of the people that came to see me yesterday did, there's a lot of information in there. I apologize if you go to sit down or you did sit down to go through it, because 2 hours is a long commitment. I would suggest 5.5 hours is a longer commitment to try to plan and put that discussion on. But there's a lot of really good information in there. There's a lot of good background. And so I would encourage you to listen to that. I want to spend a little bit of time today talking about what ARRL does. You know, it turns out that we publish magazines. We publish books. We run a VEC so that you can take tests. But the core of what ARRL does is really being called to the forefront right now, which is we protect amateur radio. You'll hear us say we promote and protect amateur radio, and we're educating and inspiring the next generation of hams. But what we do, the core of what we do, is protect amateur radio. You probably have seen that there's some I'll call it rash action taking going on in Washington. You know, I worked for a company called Unilever. If we went to restructure a company or sell a company, it might take us 18 to 24 months to plan how we go about doing things. We wouldn't just do it. and move on. And there's concern, I've heard from a lot of members, there's concern about what this delete, delete, delete message from the FCC means. And I want you to think about, there's no published risk. I don't want you to like freak out, but I do want you to understand how really close we are to having problems with our HF spectrums. Now, you know we're under threat with VHF and UHF all the time. And I mean all the time, okay? But HF, it's really not been that much under threat. The board passed a motion where it said that this high-speed trading industry was an existential threat to amateur radio. It really could challenge our HF bands and make them go away. And if you think that because there's a whole bunch of ham radios sitting in a whole bunch of houses around the United States, that means that we get to keep our spectrum, you're dead wrong. Okay? So these high-speed trading businesses have been operating under experimental licenses that allow them to essentially learn how spectrum can be used to communicate faster than they might using fiber optics and microwave links. And they've been very successful on HF. Now, if you're an HF operator and I said to you, hey, every day of every year, you need to communicate from the United States to Europe and the East Coast to Chicago, what band would you pick? By the way, it's the work day, right? So it's not at night, so you can rule out things like 80 meters. Pretty quickly, you're gonna zero in on 20 meters, okay? So you've got, and this is, I'm just putting the case out there for you to consider, okay? So you've got administrators in Washington who are political appointees, and they hear from an organization, a group of companies that is talking about money. It's talking about commerce. What was delete, delete, delete's mission? To delete regulatory friction that was preventing commerce, okay? So the high-speed trading industry comes up and says, we've had a lot of success at 13 megahertz. We want to go all the way up to 15 megahertz. And we say, whoa, wait a minute, that's the 20-meter band. All these guys have to say to a group of uninitiated people is, look at all these ham bands. It's only one band. That's how close to having serious trouble we are away from HF. So the people that you'll hear talk about ARRL did this or ARRL didn't do that or whatever else, it's great. We have our supporters, we have our critics, we're just like every other organization. I will tell you that right now, the support that you provide, and it's not just about being a member. It's not just about the financial support of the organization. We may need to call on you for you to reach out to your representatives. These guys are going to need to hear from you when the time is right, that we cannot be losing spectrum when there's other spectrum to be had just because it's just one band. So I would encourage you to stay tuned to what's going on with this delete, delete, delete. We have filed comments with FCC and we'll see where it goes. Hopefully amateur radio is something that's small and doesn't fall onto their radar, but we'll see. And if the HF bands are important to you, you'll be as concerned about this as I am. I have a whole list of stuff here. Let's talk about DXCC Trident. A couple people have come up into the booth and talked about that. This was something that came out in the January board meeting. And it's a real extension of the DXCC program. And I'm a DXer. So in fact, some of you have worked me. I have a remote station down on Bonaire. So if you work me as PJ4/NA2AA, I do QSL almost immediately via LOTW. But DXCC Trident, I think, is a great program. And essentially, it's like triple play except for DXCC. And there's a lot of complaints about FT8. It's not real ham radio. It's not this, it's not that. Well, we can throw rocks at people like me that use FT8 because that's where most people are hanging out these days. But what we did was we created an award where basically if you're an FT8er and you've made DXCC, the next transition, right, is probably to voice. So you work DXCC on sideband. This will give you some inspiration to learn CW and to get that third element of DXCC trident. Working 100 countries isn't the most difficult thing in the world. It takes a bit of commitment. But to be able to learn something new like CW, if you're a newer op or you're someone who came into the hobby with the primary interest of digital, we really want to expand your use of radio and getting you on to one of the other modes, especially CW, is important to us. So I really like the DXCC Trident program. We had last month the ham radio open house that was done on World Radio Day, and heard from a bunch of people that even though they... Oh, that's okay. I'm awake now. I feel I speak for the entire platoon, where I see we'll be better rested with another 4 hours sleep. But anyway, that turned out to be a lot more successful than we thought. We wanted to get people to show up to clubs, to their club houses, and be able to see how people are using amateur radio, and it really turned out to be something great. The last thing I want to talk about is an area that we're putting a lot more attention, because we're hearing from folks that are in HOAs that they're really moving more towards remote radio. And there's always been remote. There's been remote radio for decades, and people have done it different ways. Today, there's a lot of equipment that's very easy to control remotely. Many of the new radios comes with a USB port on the back, so it's super easy to connect to a computer. The internet is very high speed and reliable for most people. Even in areas where internet's not great, you can thank Mr. Musk for Starlink, and the Starlink throughputs are really excellent in underserved areas. But your ability to put a station someplace and get it on the internet has become remarkably easy. And so there's a lot of activity that's going on at headquarters in remote radio. The National Contest Journal is publishing a half issue for July. And that issue is going to be focused on remote radio. We're currently working on the outline for a remote radio book for next year. And I'm hoping, I had a great conversation with W2SC yesterday. To me, he's one of the top operators in the world. He operates contests from Barbados, which is very far east of where I operate from in Bonaire. He is all the way out in the middle of nowhere, and puts up absolutely amazing scores. It turns out that he's made his station not completely remotable, but he doesn't have to go through any machinations when he's there physically. So he operates in person or remotely, and it's basically the same experience. And listening to some of the choices that he made and a lot of the personal design stuff that he did to make that station work yesterday was really inspiring. But we're working on a lot of different initiatives with remote radio. If you're someone who has remoted your station and maybe you've done something unusual, we'd love to hear from you. And hear how you're using it. If you're in an HOA and you found a farmer's field 5 miles away and put up an Amish barn and a tower and you're operating, or whatever it is, whatever the solution is, we'd love to hear from people that are doing remote radio. I wrote a column about it a couple months ago, and sort of my commitment to staff is that I've invested in a couple of remote solutions that I not only use, but I'm using to train the editorial staff so that they get a better understanding of the different models of remote radio. Hopefully that experience will come through the magazines and books. So in any event, I'll close there. And Scott, if you want to lead Q&A, or you want me to lead Q&A, or whatever you want. I see you got a boot on your foot, so I don't want you to. Oh, is there another speaker? Oh, I did not know that. That's great. Stand by. Maria, you've changed.
I know. Maria was going to be doing a presentation, but she wasn't able to. The family wasn't able to show up for that, so I'm sorry. We had a little change of plans. So I'm Bob Inderbitson, NQ1R. I'm the director of marketing and innovation at headquarters, or the dinosaur on the staff. This is my 34th Dayton Hamvention this year, so. And I'm still smiling because this is a lot of fun. It's great to see so many friends here. What I wanted to talk to you a little bit about today is some exciting things that have happened at ARL headquarters and with the organization this past year. In January 2024, the ARL board established a free youth membership. That's pretty exciting for somebody who, at 10 years old, his grandmother signed him up for membership as an Easter gift and renewed that every year for year after year after year. Now it's free. So if you're under 21 years old, ARL membership is free. They have access to all 4 digital magazines, QST, On the Air, QEX, and the National Contest Journal. They can participate in all the different programs and services. They can call the lab if they have problems setting up their end-fed antenna for the first time. They're members of the organization. Why is that important? With a show of hands, I'd like to know how many people in this room have had a lifelong journey with amateur radio. Look around the room. Keep your hand up. Look around the room. That's why it's important. Because this journey of amateur radio seems to be this pulse that runs through our veins for a lifetime. And there may be the ups and downs. People develop their families and they start first careers, and amateur radio takes a back seat for a while. But we know that amateur radio can be a really significant part of a person's whole life, and we want young people to have that start. Now, a couple things have happened to amateur radio, to radio communications in recent years. One of them is that radio's become increasingly invisible. Antennas on our cell phones, you can't even see them. They're built into the cases, or they're small inside. And yet everything around us is operated by radio communications. The other thing that's happened to radio is that young people active in amateur radio have become invisible. So I say that because, a couple of hams came by this weekend and they said, Bob, if there's not somebody in my seat in the next couple of years, amateur radio is dead. And I've heard that for 34 years at ARL. All you have to do is come over to the ARL exhibit area and you will see college students, young people who are active and involved in amateur radio. So we're not just developing the next generation of radio amateurs. The next generation of radio amateurs is here already and they're active. One of the places where I've had a lot of fun engaging with the youth amateur radio community is through an organization called HamSci. How many of you know HamSci? I'm preaching to the choir today. HamSci had a workshop at New Jersey Institute of Technology in March. It was an incredible, I call it a shot in the arm type of experience. It's a community where university faculty and advisors and students and rank and file radio amateurs who want to mentor and support the science in the amateur radio community all come together to support each other. And there's a whole lot of propagation science happening, a lot of SDR, some really innovative things happening. but it was packed with young people, college students, who are the next generation of radio amateurs, and they're already doing amazing things that are going to continue to have an effect on how the rest of us interact with amateur radio in these future years. So pay attention to HamSci. They're doing some really amazing things, and they're in one of the buildings here representing their group. But ARRL is working alongside of them, and look for an issue of QST coming soon that will capture a lot of the essence of what HamSci is about and some of the different programs they're involved in and some of the people that they're working with. It's an exciting community. Another exciting thing that's happened to ARRL of recent is in 2017, we established a program through a generous donor, Ed Snyder, W1YSM. Ed established an endowment for ARRL to engage college students. He believed that the pathway for amateur radio would be bolstered with colleges and universities more closely networked together. So in 2017, we established the ARRL Collegiate Amateur Radio Initiative. And we're so far past 2017, today it's called the CARP program, the Collegiate Amateur Radio Program, CARP. You can imagine college students, they've created some really fun logos around the CARP program. Every month, the collegiate amateur radio community with ARRL gathers together on Zoom, and we have students log in from Yale and Case Western Reserve and Scranton and Worcester Polytech and University of Arizona at Tucson and Cal Poly and University of Texas at Austin. I could list over and over and over the dozens of college amateur radio clubs that are very active and involved. And they're doing great things individually as a university, but they're also networking together every month to talk about what's working. See, they have a challenge every year. They have freshmen coming in, and they need to recruit them into amateur radio, and then they have to say goodbye to their seniors at the end of every 4 years. And they have to do this really well if they're going to keep the engine going, and they do. So we, as radio clubs, tried and true community radio clubs, have a lot to learn from our college radio clubs. And what they're doing that's amazing is that they're developing the spark of interest that really keeps students going. They encourage each other to try things. They have fox hunts. They participate in field day. They build things. They work on their station. They play with remote. They build satellites as collegiate projects. They're doing a lot of amazing things. So another area that this program has really helped us a lot is it's bringing a lot of corporations to us who want access to these students for first jobs. Motorola, a couple of years ago, we're hiring 22 people in Schaumburg, Illinois, and we want them to be radio amateurs. Blue Origin got one of our kids from the collegiate program. And the fun little tidbit that we heard from that student is, these folks don't know nearly as much about RF as we thought they should at Blue Origin. But now they have a ham working there, and things are going to go much better. NASA, SpaceX, Flex Radio, all companies that are hiring young people out of college for amateur radio programs. So that's our collegiate program, and I just want to recognize also Steve Goodgame, our manager of education, and the department is education and learning at ARRL headquarters. Steve's been involved with the TI program, the Teachers Institute program, since he came on board at ARRL. It's the program where we teach the teachers. That program is on steroids right now. Steve is organized Teachers Institutes all over the United States and at ARRL headquarters in Newington that are going to teach teachers how to bring amateur radio more deliberately into the classrooms. How many people saw the piece on the Today Show where amateur, yeah, a lot of you did. That's great. It was a fantastic piece. It was a school in Erie, Pennsylvania that Steve had been working closely with, and the Today Show gave it incredible attention on NBC to lift up the good work that that group of students was doing. And after the cameras went off and the kids made their contact with the International Space Station, they said to Steve, we want to do something next. What can we do next? And so they're working on their EME station. They're working on making their EME contacts. Isn't that amazing? That's the next generation. of radio amateurs. So I just want to thank you for supporting ARRL, but also for paying attention to the young people who are sometimes invisible in our community that are extremely active. From 1 to 4 today, ARRL will be leading a youth rally for young people who have registered in advance of Hamvention and during the event here to participate in 3 hours of activities and programs. Steve has an amazing lineup of activities for these kids to participate in. So just pay attention to them, welcome them, but I want you to know that they're in good care by your organization and by the mentors and collegiate leaders that will be working with them today. Thank you.
Well, that just about wraps it up. Let's see what we got here. Don't forget to enter to win. Partner with ICOM on the station. And 3 ways to enter. And there's your fine print. And if you got questions, come see us at the ARRL booths. Thank you for coming. We do appreciate it. And we appreciate your membership. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
He's worked out. Yeah, nice. Perfect. Oh, that's good. Nice seeing you.
Yeah, there you go. You're quite welcome. Thank you.
Excuse me. You're running out of time, or any good questions here? Okay, good. I didn't say it.
Dale, congratulations. I'm just a leader in I miss you so much, and at the same time, you left good, you left a good person here. Yeah. Tony
It's so funny, I met him on the air and he lived 10 miles from us. I had no idea. I was seeing him across the stand. I had just, I guess, got my call. Maybe I anyway, I was putting him out. I was like saying, now so I listen now and I hear this guy. So I call him. And I'm like, I'm right here in Winchester. And that's how we met, on the air. 10 miles away. It's fun. And that was 1980. Yeah. All right. I get it. Russ iron is created to go old Russ iron. You're an iron.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Did they right? Yeah, the old Russ was still iron. Yeah, they put it up 18 years ago. They built the I knew about the new thing. I didn't know the old one. Oh, I'll bet. I'll bet when that gun went down. Yeah. Well, walking across the other side. Yeah, especially that side. All drugs. Yeah, you know, with drugs. Yeah, right. That's going to get.
Now that's the facts. And anybody wants to say that, they can try it. But no, no. Well, I'll tell you, go to the gym, buy one, take care of the problem. I talked about the Bible. The Bible. Abide by me. And take the Bible. Thanks. Yes, the Bible. Election. Okay. No way. There is no way. So I said to a couple of the you've got to get this on the website. and why. So they follow the out of the website and they the Bible. And while they were there, they looked at this disaster of the election, PR systems, and they said things like, no more going no more challenge. Diminish other focus on the same and if you go back in time to look at the election, God that are national the division of the sacrifice your local whatever national and now all of a sudden, because of all this activity, you're back. So they looked at those and they put in the bylaw team that those are now in the bylaw and I didn't even think about it until the election was one about the work service. Okay? And they wanted to make a chief. So it's hard to change my route. So like the election here is never left, which by the way is still a section. But they never stop the right now. The Bible I was talking about the Bible. It's and it's not like people act we tried to work it's not the Bible. You know, it's like somebody wrote, but not quite spoiled. But not, that's great. Is that direct and make them so. You're ineligible and the board doesn't have to pay you out. You can't survive. It's not the board's action. You made yourself eligible to serve. So the auditor said, you guys now, say the constitution done something that is very because the board would call this on. A common person understands that every day people with bias or saying this bullshit, it's not. This is our attorneys. You have to put rules. And that way, so that by definition, you know, this is right. So, with bylaw says a committee, the committee is so plus our attorneys, and it's led by our international Rod Staff, and Rod Staff, and California state judge. You got a judge, and responsible to go in there with 5 X, and making sure this is a group of crazy something crazy. So people understand they understand the rules, regulations, articles, and bylaws coming together to put back what we heard as. And I want you to think about it. So we take I could play all and so I'd like, how do you know how to deal with that? You sit there
seen you for several years. How have you been? Good. Good to see you. Always glad to work with you. We work with each other a lot.
All ready? 3, 2. All right, y'all ready? 3, 2.
Date in 2023. Hey, Matthew, can you tell me what I'm typing? It's not showing up on my monitor.
It says on hug.
It says on hug, and I can't get the cursor to go where it's supposed to be. You change that. Yeah, I can't see what I'm got up here. Trying to set up a website.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. Do you,
The website's on the screen, but I can't.
I don't know if there's internet access here. Is there? Oh, for the presenters, yes.
I
Oh.
won't be able to.
What's the Windows P?
Is it using the monitor or the?
Oh, there we go.
Do we want it to duplicate?
Probably.
Is that what we
Yeah,
want?
duplicate instead of mirror. You don't want two separate displays in one. That way you know.
So that's the.
What do you see on your screen right now?
There we go. There we go.
Are you good?
That's right. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, let's do this. If you're a youngster in the youth rally, y'all would come sit up front, and us older folks hit to the back and would. And I have said it 17 times since I've seen you yesterday. That hat is amazing. Gotta be hot. Okay. By youngster, I'm going to include the police people. Y'all come on up because they're going to be their partners in crime.
Yes, something like that. I guess that's pretty efficient, Brian.
Welcome back. Sorry I'm a minute late. You're out hiding foxes with one of the activities you're going to do with the fox hunt. Who was here last year as a part of the youth rally? They're not in the same place. Sorry. We did think about doing that. We talked about hiding in the exact same place to see if anybody ran right there. So, they're not in the same place. So, my name's Steve Goodname, K588, and welcome to the 2025 Dayton Youth Rally. Going to be awesome. We've got some activities planned for you today. Starting out with a little getting to know you activity. This is the game going to kind of lead you through. We also have a fox hunt, as you might have figured out. We're going to have a sprint for a little contest, and those of you here last year, we kind of changed it up a little bit. We were going to have a parachute jump again, but unfortunately the weather is not cooperating with us. And so Carlos is going to come answer your questions about how he does that. Everybody wave to Bob. Oh, there's Carlos back there. Carlosito! So thank you, Carlos, for doing that. And I lost track of where I was. And we're going to do a Pico balloon launch. And Bill, in here yet? So Bill's not going to hear this. I'm hoping to let go of the balloon anyway, regardless of the wind. The wind is not being very cooperative with that either, but you know, he only assaulted like 6 people with the balloon yesterday when he launched one, so as long as we can keep the number down, I hope we're good. Are you ready to do your okay. So the first thing we're gonna do is a little getting to know you thing. And who's ever played Pictionary? Old people love all. I played that. Okay, young people, this is a good game. I'm gonna give you the rules, but kind of sort of the way it works. If she shows somebody like a phrase and they're all ham radio related things, one person has to act it out and the rest of your team has to figure out who or what it is. Okay? It's not terribly complicated, but you can't. I don't think you can say anything in Pictionary. So I think you just have to like act it. You know, normally you draw it, but that's not the way. I think that's it. You ready to go? I might have lost my paper.
Tell us to go.
So, I don't have any jumps. I can tell you, I got it. This is Max Freeman. Come on out, Max. Max is actually going to kind of be your ringleader for most of today. Max has been with us, 3.5 years, almost 4 months now? Yeah. Big into contesting. Just one of you. Who in here has ever been in a ham radio contest? So, that's kind of Max's sweet spot. So if you have questions about contesting, whether it's you want tips on doing better or like, what is it, swing back by the booth, or if you have a minute today, Max is more than happy to help you out with that. And then Wayne is hiding around somewhere. He may be out hiding in the third box or whatever, I don't know, but he's the other guy with the great haircut like me. And then if you're in the rally, you got to come on up. Don't be shy. I saw you try to slip in. So, and then this is my wife, Cindy. This is Caitlin. She's going to be helping us out. And then we have Bob Inderviction over here on the side. He's the one that made you wait the phone. So you ready?
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count you off so that there's half on one side, half on the other. My college age, I'm going to let you divide yourself over so that there's half of you on one side, half on the other. We're going to call y'all the ham radio whisperers to help out our young folks when they're trying to act it out. So when you read it, if they need help, you're just going to help act out. Okay, so when I call your number, hop to this side of your 1, that side of your 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I went the wrong way. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Did I miss anybody? All right, college age, y'all divide yourself one way or another. Okay? 1. All right, so college age report this way for me. Over here for me. All right, y'all line up in a line. Line to the side. Okay. All right, so there's an extra amount you can't see and try to guess. All right, so I'm going to hand these off. We're in charge of them.
Hang on, any young people that get made in, please give it to the team. It's part of the rap, so. Oh, yeah.
They don't have a shirt on, so I can't tell. Okay, keep on this right now. Okay, so which part? Okay, okay, check. All right, so just make sure you're going to pick one head off. You're going to act it out, and you are the first to help it out. Let's act out. Okay. All right. college kids on this side of me. Everyone has to line up in lines. Big lines. Yep, and all right. All right, I'm gonna need one volunteer. You're gonna act that out. My ham radio whisperers are gonna help figure out what we need to act out. One volunteer. Whisperers are gonna help. All right, so we're gonna check you up. You're gonna hold us. All right, you come up here. You're gonna show her a part. She's gonna have to act it out, and you're gonna have to help her with what you need to do to be able to figure it out. Okay? All right. The first group that gets all 4 of them done. Make sure you're shouting and ready. Here we go. Ready? All right. So I'm gonna give you a hint. Okay, Lynn, don't forget you can give a hint that it's an animal or whatever you're doing. Okay. All right. So it is an animal, and they're doing something ham radio. Think about anything in ham radio, and it's an animal. That's your hint. Here we go. Ready? All right, go for it. Okay, no. Keep going. Let it guess. Ready? Oh, shot. Yes. Morse code. It is Morse code, and it's, what do you think? Cheetah. Cheetah, not a cheetah. Okay, I don't think that's cheetah, so you're thinking of something that's really, really fast. Okay, so it is something really fast, and it is Morse code. What animal is it? So close. You're like hot potato, so close. It's not a rabbit. What's something else? Not right. Okay, it's a bird. It's a bird. We're on the right track. No, no. No, a what? No. Okay, I'll give you a hint. It is from a cartoon. Oh, man. All right. All right. Another soldier.
We got it.
Got one. Okay, we got one. We're moving to 2. All right, here we go. Person, y'all give pick it up.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right, let's go. All right. Y'all ready? The response is correct. What are they doing? All right. All right, we got 2. All right,
Who's going to that button right?
does anybody else want to do it? Anybody else volunteer? All right, come on. All right. It is an animal. Sloth.
Doing what? Yeah, the second
Now we get to the second part.
got the clock.
Yes. Okay, so this one she's going to talk, but she's not going to say what, she's not going to say the word. And it is something to do with ham radio. All right. Related to, you can't say the word. Okay. The sloth and Morse code. Okay.
Hey, you need a volunteer?
You can talk. Not to say that word. All right. You can talk. You can talk. You can't say a third word. All right. We're ready. Ready. Don't forget to run out of the wait, you gotta slow down. Okay, all right, got it, all right.
Oh, we got me.
We got me. How many are y'all on? We have 2 down. Okay, keep doing the one you're doing. Only he knows, we don't know either. What is a bird? Any other volunteers? Nobody has to do
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and stop that part. Carlos, we're gonna do the parachute talk now. Because we actually have two satellites. That work. Carlos, you ready, folks? Yes, sir. So if y'all want to come back to Carlos, who was here again last year?
satellite.
And you talked to Carlos when he was jumping out of an airplane, and y'all had to talk to him before you opened the parachute so he didn't go flat. So unfortunately, the wind is not cooperating today, but Carlos is going to go over some of the, hopefully some of you guys had some ideas about things you wish you had asked him. Carlos has been doing this for kids for us now for what, a couple years now.
Couple years, yeah.
Pretty much since I started doing this, so.
If you are here tomorrow, he is planning to jump at 8 o'clock, weather pending, and other groups that are jumping. So we will know tomorrow morning if he gets to, but we will not know till tomorrow.
So swing by the booth tomorrow morning and we'll tell you if he's going to jump or not. And we can all go out together and try to get him on the radio.
And if for some reason you're not here, but you're within, say, 150, 200 miles, and you know you're with someone that has a license, or if you have your own license, you can try to get me, because I've talked to people with an HP at about 200 miles. So it's still workable if you're within that ballpark range. Okay? So yes, it'll be 2 meters. And okay, give me 1 second. Adults, pull your ears. All your adults, pull your ears. Let me. Hey, Frank, can you give me the HP that I have on my backpack back there? I'll give you the frequency now, okay? That's the one.
Adults, you are not allowed to listen. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And do not give it out to any adult, because what happens is when we line the kids up, we have to go super fast, and we don't want kids left out. We want to try to get as many kids as we can. And if people get on frequency, you cannot.
This is all about y'all get to do it. And so we old people will wait for that.
So if you know you're here tomorrow, then write it down so you'll have it first thing in the morning when you get here.
All right.
144.2. Okay.
144.2.
So we will have that in our booth tomorrow.
Okay, so that's the frequency I'm going to use for the youth jump. Okay, everybody that's here, that's the frequency I'm using for you guys. If for some reason somebody's on that frequency, I'm going to be absolutely rude to them, which I shouldn't be. And I'm
Is there
going
anyone else that needed a paper?
take a hike. We're coming during the frequency for 15 minutes. Okay, so 144.2 for the youth round, folks. Adults, if you're helping a youngin, please help them. And after, if I still have time after I've worked all the youngins, I would love to get you on, but the focus of that jump is going to be these kids, okay? These young folks. So you had a young man, you had a question over here. I will say, okay, he asked me, if the band, you ask the frequency, I give you both. Any questions from, do you have any questions right now?
I got one for you.
Yes.
What is the best thing for them to say? How does that exchange work? So they know exactly what to say.
So I'm gonna call CQ Parachute Mobile, CQ Parachute Mobile, CQ Parachute Mobile, K9OL, Kilo 9 or Oscar Lima, Parachute Mobile, and I'll call my outfits, okay? As soon as I let go, the response should be something along the lines of K9OL, K5ATA, 59. Don't worry about anything else. Use the call sign that you have or the call sign of the person helping you, and give me a real signal report. Whomever is helping you should be able to say, you know what, it's on 5-3 or 4-3, whatever it is. But give me your signal report. I'm gonna do my best to give you a real signal report back. That way you guys have an idea of how the radio propagation really works, okay? Not everything is a 5.9. Now, I have an unfair advantage. I cheat. I put my antenna at 14,000 feet, so if you're not cheating, you're not trying. Questions?
Charlie?
Yes, sir.
That sideband frequency, consider going up to like 144.4.
I will think about it. I will think about it. I'll talk with Steve about it.
Just swing by the booth bar, we'll have the frequency written down.
So if the primary will be the one that I just gave you, and if we change that, I'll let Steve know, and then we can go from there. You have a question over here?
Yeah, let's wait a position here, HT.
Vertical. Okay, so FM signals, we want them on a vertical polarization. My antenna is going to be as vertical as I can get it, and that'll give you the best chance of getting a really strong signal. Can it work this way? I've had it work this way also. Okay, it's just going to be, signal's going to be a little bit less. Okay, so if you're vertical, that's ideal. Questions or yes?
Is it hard to speak into the ratio or to hear that?
It's not hard at all. I have been using a headset. Here, let me pull this out. This is the headset I've been using. And I just put this microphone right in front of me. And I have a keyer that's attached to the radio right now. And I just key it up that way. Alternative to that, I've also done it this way. Let me turn this radio off from keying it up. I've also done it this way. Just K9OL parachute mobile. The wind is coming, I'm flying into the wind, right? So the wind is coming this way, the microphone is on this side, so there's very little wind noise when I key up. You will hear some wind noise, but it's not anything, that, I don't know, not workable very well.
And when you talk, it's just talk straight into it and speak loud.
Yeah.
Because, he does have a bunch of noise up there, so we want to be loud and clear so we can get it on the first try.
This is a little bit of a weird question, but how do you hold it? Because I thought you need to have your arms out like skydiving or holding it.
Great question. So when I leave the airplane, this thing is. There we go. So I wear this pack around my waist, and I put the radio in the pack. Okay. So when I leave the airplane, I have a parachute on my back, and the radio pack in the front, so that everything is nice and secure. I leave a percent into the wind, reach, throw, the parachute overhead. I inspect my parachute. I make sure that I have a good parachute before I start playing radio, okay? Love y'all, but my safety's first. Okay? Once I inspect my parachute, open the zipper, grab the radio from top, or if I'm wearing my headset, unbuckle this, take the headset out, put it on, start talking. Yes.
What happened to your 705?
My 705, nothing happened to my 705. My ID50, on the other hand, went for a skydive all by itself.
It lived, right?
And lived. We didn't live. I mean, this is the radio, and it's in perfect condition.
How many feet did that fall?
14,000 feet, that thing fell. It was in this side pocket of this bag, and on exit, this is in Skydive, Alabama, during the Huntsville Ham Fest. This bubble somehow, I must have pitched somehow just right inside of the airplane, where it could be half undone, and the opening got the rest of it undone and popped it, and this thing went sailing on its own, and I held it here, and I cried, and I made mental math of how many, maybe hundreds, $3,000, some of their goals, oh no. My phone was on the other side of the bag, and I was able to use my phone to locate the bag. It landed in someone's room, and the only damage to the radio, you can feel it here, is this antenna gets struck just by the shingle from the roof. So you can pass that around if you want. Yes, miss. The way it's set up right now, it weighs about 10 pounds. So it's not a lot of weight, but it's also not a little weight. I'm I'm a skydiving instructor, and it's not uncommon for me to put 250 pounds of human in front of me and take him for a skydive. So 10 pounds versus 250, not a big deal, 10 pounds. Yes.
Would I be able to?
Yes, you bet. You can dial in the frequency on that, on single frequency, and you'll be able to get me with that. Should be able to get me even with a rubber ducky, and if you can't get me with a rubber ducky, find somebody with a longer than that. Cool. What other questions do I have? Yes. You better believe I have. I have my 705 is in that bag, and I've done HF Parachute Mobile with my 705, and I've done HF Mobile, Parachute Mobile with my 7300. So that bag weighs about 17 pounds. A 7,300 pound bag weighs about 17 pounds. And it's a good bit of weight in the front of me for a radio jump. Yes. Great question. So, do you have a license? Okay. When you were studying for your license, one of the questions that you probably ran into was how a signal propagates out of an omnidirectional antenna, right? It looks like a donut, right? It has a hole in the bottom, it has a hole in the top, it has a super round, beautiful shape to it. And I'm not a theory guy. Like theories are great, right? Because they lead us down the right road towards experimentation. I'm an experimenter at heart. And I know that I know that it works because other people have tested it. But I have to know. So I've been a skydiver already for, let's see, at that time I've been a skydiver for 8 years or 9 years at the time. Yeah, it's 9 years at the time. And I'm studying for my test, and I see this, and I'm like, I gotta test it. I gotta really test it. Because if there's really that null under the antenna, I shouldn't be able to talk to anyone directly into it, right? And it happens that on my third jump, there was a truck driver at the truck stop that's next to the drop school that I work at. I talked to him on the ground, said, hey, I'm about to go do parachute mobile. Sure enough, I go out, I'm over the truck stop, calling CQ, he can't hear me, I can't hear him. I take my radio, tilt it sideways, PTE, he hears me. I know that null is real. So it's one thing to see theory, and another thing to experiment with what theory that you're reading about and verifying it, right? Science is a beautiful thing, and when you can experiment and when you can verify the results of others, it's really cool to see how, our world, you can take scientific research and see that it's real because you can test it. More questions? I know you got. Okay, I have an adult back there with a question, or maybe an older youth. But yeah.
How many watts are you using when you do an HF?
Anywhere between 5 and 100. So when I'm using my 705, I'm either doing 5 watts or 10 watts. And when I'm using my 7300, I'll start at 30. If I'm not getting a whole lot of calls, I'll crank it up a little bit, go to 40. If I'm not getting a whole lot of calls, I'll go to 50, and so on and so forth. But I try to be, part of what we learn and when we're getting our license is that we should use the least amount of power required to make the contact, right? My problem is that I don't know where the contact is coming from. So I'm going to try with the least amount of power. I'll do maybe 30 watts. And then if I'm not getting enough out of that, I'll crank it up and so on and so forth until I'm done with the jump. Yes, sir. Just curious, what is the timeline like? You jump. Like jump out of plane and immediately open shoot so that you can the first time on the radio? Bingo. All cool. So the timeline is, so let's use altitude might get better that takes time. Let's altitude and timeline at the same time. On average, I'm going to lose 1,000 feet of altitude per minute when I have a parachute over my head, on average. Okay? That means I can leave the airplane at 14,000 feet, wave, arch, reach, throw, put a parachute over my head, I'm now at 13,000 feet. Because between the delay of leaving the airplane, clearing the tail of the airplane, because we don't want to take the airplane down, that'd be bad. Clear the tail of the airplane, you deploy, parachute opens, make sure that everything is nice and good, fall it down 13,000 feet. Now I'm losing at about 1,000 foot a minute. So I have full 13 minutes until I land ballpark. The last 3,000 feet belong to me. I don't care who's on the radio, other than the youth here, because I did it last year. The only time I break my own rules is for the youth. Okay. At 3,000 feet, I call QRT. You know, you coach QRT means I'm done. Coming off the air, I'm done. Bye. Don't expect you to be here because I'm gone. And then from 3,000 feet down to the ground is when I set up the land. I look at where I'm at in relation to my landing area. I navigate better to set up, and I set up my pattern. I have to start at 1,000 feet of downwind, base at 600, final at 300, and layer on landing. So for the youth jump last year, I broke my own rule because I wanted to get as many of the youth as I could, and I think I called it off at about 1,000 feet. And then I was like, whoo, I gotta step up there. No, it's in a rush to set up. Safe landing, obviously up here. Questions? Yes.
What was the coolest place that you skydived?
Oh, that's a trick question, but I have a real answer for it. I am originally from the island of Puerto Rico. Long Island in the Caribbean, part of the United States. There's an airport that is in the town that I grew up in. I got to go and jump at my hometown a few years ago, and it was so beautiful to see my home from 14,000 feet. It was one of those moments where you just kind of go, I can't believe it. Because I dreamt as a 4-year-old of being a skydiver there. And to be skydiving over my hometown, oh man, it hits your heart. It makes you feel so good.
If only I had a cooler hometown.
What's your hometown?
Well, I don't know if this really counts, but I'd say that I spent most time in like Noblesville and Westfield.
Dude, Noblesville's a cool town. You're right next to Indy. You have a lot of population, and they still have enough rural content that you can see the vegetation and things growing. And if you jump over and over, you can see a field turn into seeded field and turn into Lehigh by the 4th of July to then see the corn at 10 foot tall. Man, you don't knock your town. Town is a good town.
Okay. I can tell you it's no tropical island.
Oh, absolutely. It's no tropical island. I'm with you, right? But there's still good experiences to be had at home, for sure. Yeah. Yes.
What battery would you get?
I have a, let's see, this is a Bioeto 6 amp hour, I think. Let me double check, because so it is a smaller battery. Yeah, this is made by Denko. Dennis is it's an amateur out of California, and let's see, this is 4.5 amp hour. That was wrong. So this is a 4.5 amp hour battery, and it's compact, and it doesn't weigh a whole lot, and it gets it done. Yes. When I deploy high, let's say I'm leaving the airplane at 14,000 feet, 14 minutes, about 1,000 foot per minute. Question? Yes, sir.
So my dad is from what city? What city are you from?
I was born in Arecibo and I grew up in Morovis. So you had a question. You passed your hand a couple of times and that's a good question. Right? So on an Hamfest like this, the record I want to say is 48 on one jump from 14,000 feet at the Huntsville Hamfest. Here last year, how many kids did I get last year? 14 from 9,000 feet?
16, I think.
So 16 from 9,000 feet. So that's really good. The rate there is really good. If I'm doing HF, sometimes it's less. I've done a few at the goose egg. Okay, I'm running QRP, and the conditions aren't quite right. There's still fixing that, right? But I still try. So yeah, it depends on the situation. At a Hamfest, I figure 2 or 3 a minute.
Did you tell them about how you deploy an antenna for HF? Because it's obviously different than.
Well, that's right. So let me see. Do I have one of my HF antennas?
Does everybody in here know what HF is versus VHF?
Yes.
So obviously it takes a different antenna setup. So Carlos has a.
So I don't have one of my HF antennas here, but do you have a wire winder over there by chance? All right. So
I have a chip bag.
For 2 meters, it's really easy to have a little whip antenna. You're good to go, right? For HF, I use what's called an end-fed half-wave. Use that on my end. Accumulate and flip it. Fall on the ground. There we go. For HF, I use a type of antenna called an end-fed half. Okay, there's a line of coax that goes through the radio to the transformer of the antenna. The antenna has a transformer on it, and then I have a wire wound around a wire winder. If you know what a winder looks like, there you go. And if you don't know what a wire winder looks like, it looks like a fat X. So it looks like this, and wrap the wire around it. Here we go.
Right to the rescue. He's gone.
Brent has the same antenna I actually use when I'm doing the HF. So this antenna. Here we go. There you go. You can 3D print them. So what I do is I'll take the antenna tip. I'll unwind. Okay. And when I'm done unwinding the entire antenna wire, I will then feed the coax out. And after I have to feed the coax out, then I will turn on the radio and start calling, verify that the frequency is clear, and then start calling the CPU on it. Thank you, Frank. I have a really bad hook up, Frank. There was another person around here, I can't remember what the hand was. Yes. In Virginia, no, I have not died up in Virginia. Closest I've gotten to Virginia is North Carolina. There's a drop zone in Rearsford, North Carolina. That's close up back to Virginia. Yes, yes, yes.
How many different places or types of states have you?
Let's see. In the U.S., I haven't jumped outside of the U.S. So one country, and Puerto Rico, which is a territory. And inside of the U.S., I've jumped in Indiana, Michigan, Illinois, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, California. Yeah, that's it. So what? That 8 states? Yeah. Say what? Oh, you know what? Ohio, so that's 9. You're right. You are correct. Busted. See, this is accountability here. You know what? I'm wrong. I say I'm wrong. I have no problem with it. Yes. In Alabama, that's 10. See? 2. Called out by 2. You're kind of a slacker, man. Yes. So that's 10 states I've done.
Any other questions for Carlos? Okay, so where are you going to come by tomorrow to get the frequency? And you can eat more chips because I forgot to put them out yesterday, and I have a lot of chips left over for you to eat. Everybody needs more chips. I'll get to them. As soon as we're done with Carlos here, we are going to go to the AMSAT booth to do some satellite passes, and we have 2 that are back to back. Okay, they're going to explain their equipment to us, and then we're going to actually get to operate the radio. Who in here has ever talked through a satellite? I know you got us last year, right? Okay. So this is going to be a chance, if we do it well, we have enough time for a bunch of us to get to do it. So just remember that when you make that contact, get up and let somebody else slide in for them to be able to do that. Question was here.
Yeah. What time wish?
He doesn't have a drop time yet, so what he'll do is he'll text me in the morning and say, I'm jumping at 9:30. Okay, whatever time it is. And so you'll want to come by as soon as you get here tomorrow, because I'll know that time by then. And then you can go out and eat corn dogs or whatever it is you want to do, and then come back in time for that. For that jump, in case you're running late and you don't get to the booth, we're going to do the radio part of it right out here in the middle.
That grassy area right there. Same place last year.
We don't know yet. Like, swing by the booth, and as soon as he gets hopefully he gets a jump scheduled tomorrow.
So I'm at the diversity of the drop zone for lift capacity. So they told me to be there at 8. I'm gonna be there at 7:45. If they take off at 8, I'm sending Steve a message at 7:58 saying, hey, I'm about to go in the air. That airplane takes about 45 minutes to get to 10,000 feet. So just understand, if I take off at 8, I won't be calling CPU until 8:25.
So you'll want to come by early in the morning to make sure you can get on.
Well, I'm calling spring tomorrow, so I'll be there before.
Well, they don't let me leave. I actually have to sleep under my booth, the table, so I'll be there in plenty of time. I'm not allowed to go home. It's like Miss Malarkey in the books in school. You know, she slept in the cafeteria.
Your pass is about to start in about 10.
Yep, so we're gonna make our way over to the AMSAT booth. After that, we're gonna come back here because it's nice and cool in here. And we're gonna learn about how to launch Pico balloons a little bit and hopefully weather wind permitting, which doesn't look very promising. So we're gonna try to let one go.
I just want to say thanks to all of you for your attention and your questions. You've been a lovely audience. Thank you so much.
And Carlos will be around.
I didn't hear if you said how many total jumps have you done?
Just over 3,000. I won't say I did the math yet, but basically it's I think about 2,080.
So, and Carlos will be around, so if you have any other questions, he's actually usually pretty friendly.
Most of the time.
So you can actually walk up and just chat with him.
As long as I'm not hungry, then you know, I'm hungry.
Did you bring stickers? Can we give him stickers after we get back?
Yeah.
Or maybe tomorrow?
Here, let me get. Hey, if you want a sticker, come on.
So we're gonna start making our way over here, and we're just gonna line up like ducks in a row, so we can make sure we don't get lost. And then.
Nice. Hey, friend. Do me a favor, grab my pack back there. My other stickers are back there. All right. I have a handful here. When friend gets back to me, I will. Go. If we make a contact, you can send me a gift card. I will absolutely send you one back. I will be outside back here. Hey, Fred. All right. And if you need to run, don't get I'll leave
Best sticker you will ever have. Well, Carlos is my favorite. I have no problem admitting. Sorry, Tank. He is my favorite. Are you ready, guys?
Of course, we got the trucks up there.
What'd you do?
So here,
Oh, cool. It's a. It's around the Midwest.
well, where are you?
I live in Portland, Indiana.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Almost.
I live a half hour from Sweetwater, and the English.
Oh, yeah.
Because I spend
Way too much.
Do you ever drive over there, or do you just order it?
Well, once or twice I've driven. I used to play music especially, and so if I had a big hall, I've had the same I've had the same sales engineer for 20 years, and so it's named Paul Levin, and I go to see Paul every blue moon. If I'm going to spend a bunch, I go to see Paul.
Well, cool. You know, that's a lot of people. Alan,
No, I should be.
Yeah, he's done a good job. He's had a fun now. He's also himself.
Oh, okay. I'll look it up.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Well, hey, while you're here, in Navy, there's a little place called Mama Seat. They have good fun.
I'm supposed to go to the troll club tonight.
Troll Bug? There are no Tostones control.
I know.
Mamacitas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say what?
Mucho gusto.
This guy. Puerto Rican, yeah, Puerto Rican. Dude, thank you so much for the assist. I should have brought this pack forward and I should have had an HF antenna with me, but. Yeah. Yeah, fun, man. Like, they line up and actually, like, fly up. Once I get my job back, I'm gonna jump more than I'm gonna go check. Yeah, obviously the job hunt is still a rough thing. So. Oh, really? Okay. What are they writing? What are they doing for their own software? I got a game with C++. Okay. And they actually, every night express what type of software because potentially, supposedly this one nothing cool about Phil, cool to say my thought was on the weekend. But I did, yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that's, yeah. Yeah, anyway, he's saying to say hi to him. Yeah, we're just not Robert and stuff. Yeah, we're doing, park. Okay. And, I don't really but they did this thing. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do, that's satellite. Okay, well, they did this thing. Anyway, so I'm one run. Yeah, so, Daryl. Well, that's awesome. Yeah. You know, people that don't understand it, get approval on the home floor, and it's smart. Yeah. You say, hey, you're the one. It's great, read it. Let me know how it goes. Yeah. If they're interested. Yeah. You know, there's a that's kind of hard. Box hunts are fun. Satellite passes, ISS passes, assisting on the farm of the satellite. Those kits, soldering kits. Soldering kits. That's exciting. Yeah. You know what? Let me see. Hey, you guys know what I'm saying? I did it, a month ago. What about it? So, with the season. So, our users, that meter, Glad to help. Glad to help.
This is great. So you're gonna jump tomorrow?
Weather permitting, so as soon as the forecast made correct, which, you know, it was supposed to be perfect.
Yeah.
Yesterday, when I went to bed, I woke up to everything was there. You know, we're at the mercy of the forecast, but if the forecast is correct, it's normal. Well, you know what,
Now, Carlos, what's your call sign?
I am P-I-O-R.
And what's your YouTube channel? I already told you. What is your hamburger adjacent hobby?
Well, my hamburger, jumping out of perfect in an airplane. Dude, that's an easy question.
I know, this was a little off for you.
Is this a question of the?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not directed to you, but I was like, I'm gonna ask Carlos, but I know if they would.
Absolutely. Look, anytime I get a chance to put an antenna at 14,000 feet, I'm going to, because guess what? Antenna height matters, and I have to develop antenna in the Midwest for about 14 minutes.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. We were just doing a youth forum.
Yeah, the ARL has the youth rally, and the plan was to come here and make a jump for the youth, and let them make a contact, you know, so, very mobile. Unfortunately, the weather does not cooperate, the winds are insanely fast, and, better safe than sorry, the job is stay on the ground.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm gonna make it go. This time, next time, I'm gonna need some more weight. Just saying it now, and I'm gonna get back up in the air, and I'm gonna see you in this again.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
baby. Tank radio, parachute mobile, once more.
Yes. Thank you, Carlos.
You bet, dude.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you, sir. Walking around was like getting it, and I was like, all I need to ask, man, I already know what Carlos is gonna say. I just want to see how he's gonna say it.
Let's see here. Tank radio, stay down here. There we go.
Aw. Thank you. Back into the
I'm not cheap, so.
Probably took it down, tried to get something in the fill out. Oh, well. Mike called. Taking it down.
Yeah, I'll call back. Yeah, get parachute back to my car. Dude, I looked out, I was walking out, running up to go get this, and going to get it, and one of the golf carts came by, I'm like,
I'm gonna go and walk in satellite stuff. And drink my gift of it.
cool. Come along, take up the real estate, you know. Are you from the area or?
We occasionally go up to Rochelle and just have a picnic and watch pizza. Back even the old days, it was by a grower, sugar grower or something.
Yeah. All right. Bye. Thank you. You're welcome. See you guys. All right. Oh, you're. Perfect. Make sure you do the video. And then make sure you do the video of me landing over there. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Cool. See you guys. Yes, ma'am. Right there. See you.
Over here.
Oh, that's the demo.
Oh, that's your around the world one.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't think I'll get it back. We can't come to it.
Taking all the out stairs. You've got a power cord with you.
I have a short power cord.
Well, that'll work too. Power strip right here on the deck.
Okay. Yeah.
Seal here and then we plug right in. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
You know what, I'm going to, still have time. I'm gonna go get that other tank of helium. I wanna use that up first. It's almost empty.
that one?
No, this is a brand new one.
Oh.
And it's a real pain to get this built.
All right. You want to put that back in the box then?
No, I'm gonna keep it here on stage in case I need it, and then, I'm gonna run back and get that tank.
All right. You don't need my assistance for that, do you?
Yeah. I just need that box. There we go.
It's underneath.
Dr. Bill Brown is kind of the de facto expert on balloons.
They call me the father of amateur radio high altitude ballooning, but I'm also, as I get older, now I'm the grandfather. Maybe the great grandfather by now. Well, welcome. And I'm going to show you how to take amateur radio to new heights. And we're talking the stratosphere. And some of you may have been involved when you get into high schools and colleges on building a CubeSat that would be launched into space. I'll show you the poor man's space program where you can actually send something to the edge of space. We typically go up to 100,000 feet above the Earth, and that's 20 miles above the Earth. And you can see 400 miles in all directions. Imagine if you had a ham radio tower that was 100,000 feet tall. On 2 meters, you could talk 400 miles line of sight. It would be pretty amazing. So we actually do send up repeaters on balloons, and you can talk over 12-state area. I had somebody from Dayton, Ohio, talking to somebody in Florida with nothing more than a 2-meter handheld, repeating through a balloon that I was flying in Alabama. So this is a typical weather balloon setup. It's a weather balloon. You've seen these maybe launched from the Weather Service. We have a parachute, an APRS tracker. It's a 2-meter VHF that sends down a burst of data that tells you the position, altitude, and the some other features like voltage and temperatures. I usually try and fly a couple APRS transmitters because if something happens to one, having worked at NASA for many years, we always like to have redundancy in our systems. And I recommend that you always have a backup tracker and maybe 2 backup trackers. Because we often fly something called a Find Me Spot, which is a little tiny unit that they use for hikers and vehicle tracking. And you just can see that on a website as well. And it uses the Global Star satellite system. So some people get to great extremes in their tracking vehicles. One of the fun about doing this, how many of you done fox hunting? Have you done the fox hunt yet? Okay. Well, those of you who have not done it, you're going to have a lot of fun because you have to find a hidden transmitter. Well, when you have a fox hunt, somebody knows where it is. When we do a balloon fox hunt, no one knows what it is. The balloon hides itself, but it is sending a GPS signal. But often it doesn't hit a nearby APRS ground station, so we have to sometimes direction find the payload when it hits the ground. So it's a lot of fun chasing these balloons. Some people go to extremes like this guy. He had to make sure his antennas were down instead of up when he went under overpasses, or it would be a bad day. This is what a balloon looks like when it's entering the stratosphere. This is 53,000 feet above the Earth. And now how did I get this picture? That's my balloon, my payload. A friend of mine was flying a balloon at the same time as mine, and they stayed 200 feet apart the whole time. And he had a camera on his balloon and took that picture of mine. That's amazing. If the government had tried to do this, it would cost $1 million, take months, and they would ultimately fail the first couple of times, and they probably never would achieve it, and then ask for more money. This is the view from the stratosphere, 85,000 feet above the Earth, and you can see the curvature of the Earth. Yes, the Earth is round, it's not flat. Ignore those internet rumors. Of course, you all believe everything you see on the internet, right? Okay. And we've actually, how many of you played Angry Birds? And there was one called Angry Birds in Space. Well, we decided to send up one that was Angry Birds in near space. And that's an actual Angry Bird at 85,000 feet. Now, I want you to look at that thin blue line, and there's the blackness of space, We're not in space yet, but that thin blue line is the Earth's atmosphere. We're above 90% of the Earth's atmosphere at this altitude. So what happens is these weather balloons go up, they pop, a parachute comes out, and your experiments and your payloads come back. Now, what kind of things do you think would be good to send up as an experiment? Anybody have an experiment they'd like to suggest? Yes? A what? Slice of pizza, that'd be a good one, yeah. Yeah, Coke can. A what? Okay. A what? No? Well, you know, I told my students at the Indiana Space Camp where we made this happen, let's make it so that it's not a mammal. If it's an insect, we'd fly it if it was a living creature. We actually flew fishing crickets. Now, the internet rumor, the student said, there's an internet rumor, it says that fishing crickets can hold their breath for 2 hours. Now, once again, do you believe the internet? So I said, well, fishing crickets, they're probably going to be eaten by fish or geckos. So we let them fly. When we brought them back, guess what? They all survived. It was 50 below zero and a near vacuum, and they were all lived. The internet rumor was true in that case. And we have sent up an apple. It was all mushy on the outside. A banana was my favorite experiment. The banana was a nice, beautiful, yellow, slightly green banana. When we got it back, it was all brown and mushy and like it'd been in a refrigerator for a year. It was just astounding. And have you ever eaten a moon pie? Do you know what those are? It's a cookie, it's got a marshmallow in the center and chocolate coating and cookies. It was completely flat. It sucked all the air out of the marshmallows. And we did a taste test with a 5th grade class. We had one out of the vending machine and one was the space moon pie. And guess what? The space moon pie was much tastier and won the approval rating of all the students by 99%. So I thought I'd make a business, you know, sending up moon pies, and there's probably easier ways of doing that. Marshmallow peeps, we've sent those up too. They start to puff out and then they collapse. And a bag of potato chips. We sent up little bags and a big bag of potato chips. We call that the Idaho potato bomb. And when they get up there, we had a camera pointed on them. When we get up in the stratosphere, the big bag explodes and potato chips go everywhere. Can you imagine you're walking along and it starts raining potato chips? Yes. It was in a near vacuum and it was very cold. It got down to 50 below zero. So it just started degrading it from the cold, extreme cold. It can go down to 80 below zero in the stratosphere. So anyways, they parachute down. They always land in an open field where we can walk right off the road and grab them. No, they don't do that. They're very rare. Usually they're up in a tree, in a cow pasture, on top of a roof, but usually way up in a tree. If there's a 1,000-acre field with only one tree in the center, my balloon experiments will land at the top of that tree. Now, those are big weather balloons, and they're kind of expensive because the balloon costs about $100. A tank of helium for a weather balloon, that's a little tiny tank here. That's only 14 cubic feet of helium. You had to use about 100 cubic foot, and nowadays that'll cost you $300 or more. So, and we've been going to hydrogen. As long as you're careful about the hydrogen, you don't rub a cat first and touch the balloon, or scuff your feet, or wear a wool sweater, or smoke cigarettes, which I don't think that's a good idea either, then it will not go up in a ball of flame. But usually we stick for helium when we're doing a school project. So those are expensive for the balloon and lifting gas, and they're not reusable. When they go up, the balloon pops, and that's it. And it takes about an hour and a half to go up and about a half hour to come down. So you're getting about a 2-hour flight up and down. So I came up with an idea. Several of us came up with the idea of sending very small payloads on party balloons. And we made a tracker that weighed under an ounce. They weighed 12 grams. And so we can use a small tank of helium. It only takes about 2 cubic feet to inflate one of these balloons. This is the tracker. It's totally solar powered. Big solar panels, looks like kind of like a weather satellite. I have a GPS receiver, how many of you ever played with Arduinos? Okay, wow, very cool. That uses the same processor as the Arduino. In fact, I use the Arduino development system to program these. And it has a little radio transmitter on it. And that's it. And a little power supply for the regulator for the solar panels. There are no batteries. This only works during the daytime. But we had to do that to keep it as light as possible. So that weighs at 12 grams, which is less than half an ounce. And it's easy to launch by one person. So this is a great STEM project for a school because it stays up for days, weeks, sometimes months, sometimes a year. And it can go around the world multiple times. We've had one stay aloft for a year and go around the world 33 times. Now, the fastest I've gone around the world with one of these is 8.5 days. So you see, it's just one person can launch these. And it's a little tiny tank of helium. Those cost about $50. Don't get the ones from Walmart, however. Get the one from Amazon. This is called Party Factory. It's 97% pure helium. The ones from Walmart is 80% helium for the same price, and it's no good. You won't fly as high. So Party Factory from Amazon. So there's one of our tracks. There's a website you can go to track all of these balloons, and it is amateur.sondhub, SONDEHUB.org. And you can watch all the balloons that are flying around the world that are ham radio balloons. So how many of you heard about that China spy balloon that they shot down a year or so ago? Did you know that they shot down another balloon about a week later over the Yukon? And they said, oh, there comes another China spy balloon. We better send out the fighter jets and shoot it down. And guess what? It was a ham radio balloon that had been around the world 6 times. And I was following it because some of my software was on that. And I was helping them out. It was the Northern Illinois Bottle Cap Balloon Brigade, which is from the movie Up. And it's a group of students and engineers. About yay big, about the same size as this one. 32 inches in diameter. And so, right, so they were flying, the last transmission I saw from them was southwest of Alaska. I says, oh, and I did a little prediction. I said, it's going to be over the Yukon tomorrow. I'll listen for it then. So I tuned in the morning, and there's no signal. Now, for 6 weeks prior, I had a signal every day. I said, well, what could have happened to it? And I thought maybe the weather knocked it down. The weather was clear. And then I saw the news reports. Fighter jet shoots down UFO over Yukon. And they used a $500,000 Sidewinder missile to shoot it down. And they missed with the first one, and they had to fire another $500,000 missile. Keep in mind, this is a $150 student balloon experiment. And then they missed on the first one. So they spent another $1 million to do a search of the Yukon mountains in the winter for the China spy balloon they shot down. How much of that would you think would be around after it was hit by a missile? It would just vaporize it. So it cost $3 million to shoot down a little student experiment. Yes? We ended up talking to the government, and members of that group finally got a hold of NORAD, and now recently there was an article that NORAD looks at our tracking website to see if it's something that needs to be shot down or not. And if it's a ham radio balloon, they let it go. But we had to educate the government. So I have a top secret slide that I pulled from a very top secret military briefing. It's their latest low-cost balloon fighting jet. And this is how they're going to shoot them down in the future instead of using $500,000 worth of Sidewinder missiles. By the way, this is the predicted track of that balloon that just shot down. And there's the jet. You didn't see that, not for me, you know. Top secret. Can't leave this room. So we do this annual balloon symposium, and this year it's going to be in Hutchinson, Kansas in the middle of June, and you're welcome to come out to it. It's next to the Cosmodrome, which is an amazing space museum. And we have a conference on Friday, the weekend of June 15th. This is a slide from 2 years ago, but, and then we launched 10 balloons the following day and tracked them down all over Kansas. We did this 2 years ago from Huntsville, Alabama, and this gives you an idea of just what it looked like. We had a lot of high school and college students there and some middle school. I think, oops. There might be a way of playing the video. Let's see, okay.
3, 2, 1, lift off.
I believe that was about 7 balloons at once. So this is the SondHub site I told you about, where you can track all the amateur radio balloons flying. And the European balloons, there's some in South America, not a lot in South America, but you can see if you go to that website, amateur.sondhub.org, you can track them and listen for the signals from them. There's also one called tracker.sondhub.org, and you can watch all the Weather Bureau launches, and you can track them down and get a little free transmitter because the Weather Bureau doesn't expect them back. And you can use one of these. It's a $15, $16 radio with software you can download, and you can actually decode the data from these weather radiosondes and go out and find them. If you have an Android phone, you can actually display the position of the balloon on a map, particularly after it's landed, and you go out and get it. Now, if you study hard, go to grad school, go into a career of meteorology, and you apply for a little grant money, how many of you would go to Antarctica if you had the chance? Yeah. How many would love to go if you got to use ham radio while you're in Antarctica? Well, one of the students I've been working with at the Space Hardware Club at University of Alabama, Huntsville, and Max Friedman back here, K4ML, from the ARRL, he was a member of that group. Anyways, Todd sent in a proposal and got grant money to go to Antarctica and launch these small balloons to study the wind around Antarctica. and he got to hang out with penguins, lots of penguins. This gives you an idea of the difference between the super pressure pico balloon on the right and the big weather balloon on the left. The weather balloon goes up and down, the pico balloon goes up, flattens out, and stays at altitude. These are some of the flights that they did prior to go into Antarctica, and they had 16 flights around the world from the University of Alabama, Huntsville. So he got a grant from NOAA and got to stay in this wonderful place in the German Antarctic Station. And there he is on his way to Antarctica. It took him 3 days. And I wanted to go with him. I says, well, how much does it cost for the airfare? Well, only $20,000. I said, okay, have a good trip. And here's a launch from
Y'all ready?
no trees, lots of wind, lots of snow. I think it was 28 degrees. That was the warmest day that he was there. And you can see that little balloon going. That was a calm day. There's the weather station that he was at. And these are the actual APRS balloons flying around the southern hemisphere in Antarctica. And there's the trackers. And these are the flight paths that they did. Somewhere here. Okay, here we go. This will be one of the last slides. There we go. This is a calm day. Kind of like today outside.
Oh my God.
That's a calm day in Antarctica. Anyways, any questions? Now, typically, yes. Yes. In fact, they're working on just such a thing at the University of Alabama Huntsville's Space Hardware Club. And by the way, that's a great place to go. It's anybody, no matter what your major, can join that club. And it's really fun. They have a rocketry program, robotics program, and rockets and balloons. And they do outreach to high schools and middle schools. So it's a really fun project. But they're working on a valve system to vent the helium and float the balloon before it pops and bring it back down. Yes? Oh, because it would cost millions of dollars to fly these huge balloons and cost all the transportation to bring the helium and the equipment to bring down, launch these gigantic balloons that only stay up for a couple of days. Ours, he put 10 experiments in a suitcase and a small tank of helium, and he was able to get better wind data than those expensive programs. And that's why he got the grant money, because it really saved them a lot of money and gave them fantastic wind model data to improve their wind models in the southern hemisphere. NOAA actually uses the data from our small balloon flights to improve their wind models. No? It's the Part 101, and it's basically if you're flying under 12 pounds total, which means 2 payloads that weigh less than 6 pounds, or 1 pound, 12 one-pound payloads. If you're under that, as long as you're not near a major airport, You can fly without even, you're exempt. If you go over that, then you have to file for a waiver and it takes months. But if you're near a major airport, I would recommend that you call the tower and say you're launching. But with the Pico balloons, I wouldn't worry because they're so tiny. I mean, so they're way small. So I think I have quite time for one or two more questions. Yes. Anybody? All right. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's my play away. If we could find a way to get more.
Yes, indeed. Precisely. We are flying linear translators and transponders and crossband repeaters on the latex balloons already. And there are several people working on a two-way repeater with these very small payloads. Probably in the next few months to a year, you will see that. Well, thank you. And I have all the parts down here to what you need to inflate a balloon. And I just wanted to mention briefly, that one on the stand has been around the world once. It took 8.5 days. And when it hit Ohio, it hit a thunderstorm, came down near Cleveland and I was watching it for several days. It was way up in a tree. So I sent a guy out that lived in that nearby ham. He found it 80 feet up in the tree, got a tree climber, brought it down, and that's the very first ham radio balloon experiment to be recovered after going once around the world. So.
Tomorrow morning, like I said, it'll be the same thing with the parachute jump. So we'll launch right out here. Next up is a sprint contest, and Max can explain how that works. And Dwayne can bring around cheat free.
Yeah, well, yeah, thanks, Bill, as always. You have an email, right, if people want to reach out to questions?
My call sign, WB8ELK@gmail.com.
Who here has done a contest? Who here has done a sprint?
You were here last year, you did a sprint.
Yeah. All right, yeah, for those of you that are not familiar, well, the contest is an amateur radio operating activity where it's like a NASCAR race. And are trying to get the highest score possible by some federal rules in a certain amount of time. And now a sprint is like a really, really fast contest. I think ours will be 15 minutes. So we are going to break out into groups. You guys are going to have a radio, and we're going to go to different parts of Hamvention, and we're going to get on the air and compete and see who can make the most amount of contacts with each other. Now, you will get a rules packet. For the ones like to have the rules logo or some of the major ones. There's a list of frequencies. Getting that out, hand it out to you. If you have a radio and you know how to program it by hand, go ahead and start doing that now. And speaking of radios, one of the things podcasts do is and you. I mean, the easiest way to win a contract is to go to your local radio station. Walk out. So all the 2 meter manhole next to me, but only 2 meters deep. Yeah, okay, so that's another part. So with the sprint, we have a list of frequencies, and I'm going to hand out to you. Those are the only frequencies we're allowed to use. As you guys saw with the satellites, there's a lot of amateur radio activity, especially on the equipment during Hamvention weekend. So this is generally a good call to make sure you don't have any interference. So only those frequencies, and my advice, once again, you can program it. So So if they contract with somebody else, there's a little bit of lag, and we'll factor that talks about the zone, right? You have the zone mapped out. Yeah. Yeah. So if you have the zone. Five. Yeah, so it'll be 5 zones. Like, it'll be in different places. And if you have, and so if they're not, sorry, if they're not doing a sprint, then you can say, no, they're not.
But you will have the occasional hand because you're going to have the back. It's a, right down. All right.
And then the only other thing you have to do is the second page, well, the third page of your packet is the logger. Every contract page, you can hand out to you, the log, the manager, the frequency of runs, all kinds of work, Arizona, Arizona, and then Jordan. And you'll take that log, we'll put it to a summary sheet, you'll hand that to me, I'll score the entire contract, and then we'll have the clock on.
Right before the rapid drawing. So let's do this. Who was here last year that was in the sprint? Because what we want to do is we want to make sure each group has at least one person who was in the sprint last year, so somebody has a little more experience. So, all right, so is that a finish here from here? David from here. Who else? Who were my people here last year? How many of you were here last year, right? No? What? You were?
How many groups are you doing? How many groups are you doing?
Yeah, when you do the groups of, well, we only have 5 couples, so. Let's see, we'll just stack on it. So yeah, and then we have you guys who can also come, so we just focus on it.
So 3 groups?
Okay, then you count.
Okay. 3 groups, or do you need a 4th group? Okay.
Come on. And I need these. All right, so we're gonna spread y'all out.
Kind of looks like you're 3 groups.
No, it's not a big deal. That would not be cool. So big people, let's spread out so I can send you little people. So we're gonna spread out around the room.
I've lived in the group, so have you got 3 groups right now?
So, yeah, just kind of wrap around for when I want somebody to go. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
So are they one group?
No, it's like, yep. College people, you need to be separated so I can send you kids. There you go. All right, how about you go here? You're going here. You're going here.
All right.
I have more groups than we have, so that's what we're doing.
Make sure everybody is ready.
Is there at least one radio in each group, right? That's your radio, that's your radio, that's your radio, that's your radio, that's your radio. Okay.
That's okay. We have others, okay? I have mine.
All right, so,
And
y'all come out. So,
Y'all have a pen?
We have pen, we have paper, and we have radio. Let's do it.
For the division.
Oh.
Yeah, we're wrapping up our youth rally here. in a minute.
Oh, sorry, no problem.
Right? Y'all be careful with the kid stuff. Box. All right, you guys, you can let her see. It's the.
Well, it doesn't matter if they're not back in, I'm still gonna hold it for them, so, okay.
All right, so. All right, we're gonna start out by giving away computer directories. We got 3 of those. That's the first page you call it. Right, we got Riley. Riley back in here?
Right.
Lucille. Lucille back in here? And last is Wesley. Wesley back.
Put it right here.
All right, next we are going to give away QRZ1 handheld radio. Thank you, Gigapark. So if you're at the swap or the park, thank you, Gigapark. I know it's one more happy. Make sure you go by and thank Gigapark. So we're not doing that.
How can you get the people in the wrong?
If you can't get the crowd moving there.
Oh, I didn't.
But then you never can't do good.
Yeah, that's right.
And yeah, that's where the tickets are. All right, so we're gonna go with the Heil headset. Irina? Irina? you don't have one, she's right inside the building in the ARRL booth. They're amazing. This person has to be present. Ian? Is Ian in here? Whoa! Uh-oh, is there a different Ian in here? Okay. Tail in here. What can happen is the other Ian is heartbroken now. Don't feel bad. You're a winner. And that is the end of the heat rally, guys. We'll have another one next year. We do have some bags to go as well. So come on, grab one of the yoga bags if you want one. And remember, tomorrow morning, first thing when you walk in the booth, we'll give you the frequency for carrying mobile stuff, and we'll give you the frequency for, tell you how we're going to do the balloon. We're going to be able to get it squared away.
Yeah.
Just use the HDMI that down the sound. You can.
They have this room tomorrow. Besides which, it's so windy, it would rip the balloon to shreds if walking it between buildings.
Yeah, I agree. It's still dressing up. Well, I mean, let's see, about that bar, We're just saying a lot of things.
Good to go?
Drag all this stuff out. Can't leave with them when you go, so that they all want to play.
Right, I'm going to start 5 seconds early. So I'm Steve Hicks, N5AC, moderator of the SDR Forum. Today, I'm going to talk briefly about the Aurora product announcement that we made today and do a brief overview of that. And then Tony Brock Fisher, who is the principal investigator, I guess, chief engineer on this program for us, is going to talk about his work on the Aurora technology and give you some more details and insights into that. I'd like this to be fairly informal, so I don't mind if you guys develop a question in the middle of the deal, raise your hand, and if I can, I'll take your question, and that way you don't have to try and remember it till the end. I think we have plenty of time here, as I tend to blaze right through slides. So, all right, if you look at a traditional 100-watt HF transceiver, what we typically do is we put around 250 watts of DC into that. Oh, by the way, I apologize for anybody that's been to the Dayton Flex Radio dinners the last couple nights, because some of this material is going to be a repeat, but fortunately Tony's is not. But if you put 250 watts into your traditional 100-watt transceiver, you get about 100 watts of RF out, and everything else, which is 150 watts, is generated as heat. So it turns out your HF radio is generally better at creating heat than it is at generating RF. And this is true for pretty much everything on the market today. So if I look at how we get from 100 watts and go up in power, let's look at what's involved in that, what the weight of it is, heat generated, that kind of thing. So if I take a traditional 100-watt transceiver with a power supply, get 100 watts of RF out of that, that weighs typically something like 13 pounds plus 3 pounds for your power supply is about 16 pounds. We would input 250, 350 watts of power, and we would generate something like 100 to 200 watts of heat out of that. If we want to go up to 500 watts to get some more power out of our station, we'd probably go get a 500-watt amplifier. We might get a 500-watt tuner. We've got our 100-watt transceiver in our power supply. Well, all those things add up. If I look at what's available on the market today using, standard stuff, it's 47 pounds worth of materials, which is 3 times what we had at 100 watts. We have to put 1,350 watts of power into it, and we burn 800 watts of heat. So there's a lot of heat generated. If I go all the way up to 1,500 watts to the amateur legal limit on HF, these are the weights of all the different pieces I might put together. It's 76 pounds, which includes a 1,500-watt amplifier, a 1,500-watt tuner, my base radio, which is 100 watts. I'm probably only using it at 40 or 50 watts, and my 12-volt DC power supply. So the input power for all of this stuff's around 3,300 watts, and I burn 1,800 watts of heat. So it's a lot of heat that comes out of that. And it's a lot of money to put all those pieces together. So if I look at what it takes to reject heat out of today's radios, every manufacturer has a heat sink underneath their power transistors. This is an example of the back of our Flex 6000 or 8000 transceivers and a CAD drawing of the heat sink that goes in them. And it's an extruded aluminum block heat sink, and that's kind of the green rectangle there's where it goes. If I look at our 1,500-watt amplifier, there's a 2 kilowatt capable heat sink in it, and it's a big monstrous piece of aluminum. And this is what it looks like underneath the transistors, which are kind of here in the middle of the right-hand picture. And it goes the length of this block, and there's fans that blow air across it and all that. And all this is about rejecting heat. So because today's amplifiers, whether this is your 100-watt internal amplifier in your HF transceiver or a 500-watt external or 1,500-watt external amplifier, those all generate quite a bit of heat because they're fairly inefficient. They're 40 to 60% efficient, the transmitters. And that heat is the key reason for the size, weight, power, and cost of the amplifier. And a typical 1,500-watt amplifier will generate as much heat as a room heater, like one of these electric heaters you'd buy to keep your room hot, or a hairdryer. Question? So the semiconductor material, I'm assuming, is a MOS or LD MOS transistor that's been biased up to be usually class AB. Now, you can save some energy in class C. In fact, RPGXL does that. If you tell it you're in CW, it'll go into class C and save some of that energy. So if you want to go up from 100 watts and get more power, there's some manufacturers that have done that. And I'm not poking fun at any manufacturer here because this is what we all would have done yesterday, which is to go build a larger power supply, put some more semiconductors in there and all that. And these are two 200-watt transceivers that are available on the market, but look at what they weigh. They're 36.5 and 39.9 pounds respectively. So there's a lot of weight in these, and again, it's because of the heat rejection, the power supplies, everything you have to do to make that 200 watts. So why do we want more power in the first place? Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious you want extra power so the guy on the far end can hear you. Let's talk a little bit about how that's received on the far end. So we measure power in S units on the far end, and each S unit that we want to go up in power requires 4 times more power. So if I'm at an S1 and I want to go to an S2, I have to go from 100 to 400 watts of power. The difference in 80 and 120 watts of power is very small in terms of dB and what happens on the far end of the connection. And it's not uncommon, since I work for a manufacturer, people might say, hey, my radio only makes 95 watts on such and such band. Well, it doesn't really matter, because if you look at that, that's only a fraction of a dB, which is an even smaller fraction of an S unit. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. It is important or interesting to note that each S unit that you make additional costs more than the last to produce. So if I have a 1 milliwatt transmitter and I want to go to 100 milliwatts, that's 20 dB, which is roughly 3 S units, because each S unit's 6 dB. And you can accomplish that with a $5 part. It's not expensive to do. But if you have a 100-watt transmitter and you want to go to 10 kilowatts, that's also 20 dB, but it requires a $200,000 amplifier. So every S unit that you want to add on costs more and more money. So, well, 10 kilowatts, yes, would be illegal on the ham bands. So if you imagine a signal at the noise floor that somebody's receiving, you transmitting. So let's say you're transmitting 100 watts. This guy's receiving you at S1. I've also put up here what that would be in terms of dB with respect to a milliwatt. It'd be minus 121, or what it is in actual watts. Most people don't talk this way, but it's 0.8 femtowatts, and I define what a femtowatt is there at the bottom. So to get from an S1 to an S2 signal in your receiver, they'd have to go up by a factor of 4. So it goes from 0.8 femtowatts to 3.2, or from minus 121 dBm to minus 115. And the same thing happens to go to S3. It's another 6 dB in power. So again, let's assume that we're transmitting 100 watts on the guy on the far end. Here's us at S1. That represents 171 dB of path loss. How did I get that? Well, I took 100 watts, which is plus 50 dBm, and then I took my S1 signal, which is minus 121. I added those up, and I got 171 dB of path loss. So how would our signal be received if we transmitted with more power? Well, if we went from 100 to 500 watts, that's 7 dB more power, so it gets us a little bit more than an S unit. If we go from 100 to 1500 watts, it's 2 S units. But you notice it's 7 dB from S1 to S2, or S1, or 100 watts to 500 watts, but it's only 5 dB from 500 watts to 1500 watts. So it's kind of not intuitive, but 500 watts is actually more than halfway to 1500 watts if you're starting with 100. So how do we get to 500 watts using yesterday's technology? Well, we would do something like this. I've got a flex transceiver here on the bottom. I stacked a KPA 500 watt PA and a KAT 500 watt tuner. And then on top of all that, I've got my power meter. So that's kind of what that would look like. And that's what my weight of 47 pounds and the other deal was built off of. But what if we could take an HF radio, a power supply, a 500 watt PA, and a 500 watt tuner and stack them all in one box? How big would that box be? What would it weigh? How much heat would we have to reject, and what would it cost? And this is what our Aurora project's been all about. And in 2019, Tony, who's going to come out and talk to you later, K1KP, invited us to visit him here at Dayton. And he took out a vendor booth in one of the tents. We went by and talked to Tony and saw what he had to show us. And he had this, which is the Polar Express transmitter. And this is a unique transmitter that uses a Class D amplifier in it. And but because it uses what's called polar modulation, instead of starting with an RF signal and amplifying it, it requires a phase and amplitude, 2 separate signals to do that. And I'm going to let Tony go into all the detail and tell you how this works in a little bit more detail. But this was a standalone transmitter that Tony had made. And this is a picture of Tony, who you'll see in a second, so you don't need to see the picture. But he's standing outside our office at a street next to us that's called Polar Street. So we call the culmination of the work that we've been working on with Tony for the last 6 years, Aurora. And I'll show you a little video here to explain what it's about. So we believe this is the first significant advancement in transmitter technology since the 70s. And it's an HF transceiver, but it has a built-in 500 watt transmitter that instead of being 40 to 60% efficient is 80 to 90% efficient. It is not a power amplifier. It has to be tightly coupled with the transmitter. And so it's something that we're not going to be offering as a standalone amplifier because we just can't. But with the efficiency that we gain from the 80-90% efficient, it requires less power input, roughly half of what you'd have using a traditional or legacy MOS or LD MOS. There's less heat to reject, which means there's a smaller heat sink. Smaller heat sink means there's less weight, a smaller box. And this is what the military calls low swap, or low size, weight, and power. This is what the transmitter stack looks like in the radio, and it's roughly the same size as the 100-watt transmitter we have in our existing radios, but it's 500 watts in the same space. And because it rejects about the same amount of heat as our 100-watt transmitter, we can use the same heat sink. So this is kind of a high-level view of the architecture. Again, since Tony's going to speak after me, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it. I'm just going to skip right over it and let Tony talk to you about it. But going back to the comparison that I drew about how we would get to 500 watts with a legacy amplifier, on the left you can see I've got a 500-watt PA, a tuner, a transceiver, and a power supply that's 47 pounds and costs roughly $9,000 put together. On the right, I've got the Aurora radio, which is 500 watts, but it's only 18 pounds, so it's a fraction of the weight. It also uses substantially less power from the wall socket and costs less money. So I think I've kind of gone over all this, but so I'm not going to go over it again in any detail. This is a word problem for you now, since you're all up to speed now on this technology. If a ham with a 40% efficient 500-watt radio generates 800 watts of transmitter heat, how much does his friend with an 80% efficient 500-watt transmitter generate? Let's get your pens out. No, so it's kind of a trick question, because when you look at this and you think my efficiency has gone from 40 to 80, you expect the power to go in half that we're generating as heat, and you expect it to be 400 watts in heat. But that's actually not what happens. The percentage is misleading, and it goes down much more than that. So on the left is a traditional MOS or LD MOS transmitter, where the blue section is the RF output and the red is the heat generated. So you can see there's 800 watts of heat and 500 watts of RF power. And on the right is Aurora with 125 watts of heat and 500 watts of RF power. So it uses substantially less electricity and generates a lot less heat. This is from a test that we ran in our lab. If you look at the top of this picture, you'll see a black radio. That's an Aurora radio. Next to it is a 500-watt Bird watt meter. And to the right of that is a CW key, and it's a little bit obscured because I set a brick on the key. And so if you look then down into the Fluke IR thermal camera, you can see the radio off to the left, and it's kind of bluish purple. It's cold. And our load there is 91 degrees C, which is 196 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're duplicating this over in building 2 where our booth is. And you can see us there with the brick on the key, and go touch the radio and see that it's cool, and the heat sink over there you could fry an egg on. I've moved the thermal camera here a little bit to the left to look at the radio again, and the hottest place I could find on the radio is where the AC goes into the back of the radio, and it was 37C, which is 99F. And the radio case is cool to the touch. So again, this radio includes a 500-watt, it is a 500-watt transceiver, but it includes a 500-watt transmitter, not an amplifier. We can't use this technology as an RF amplification technology. It has to be tightly coupled with the transmitter. And so it's going to be a flex radio only technology. It's not something we can sell you some sort of an external amplifier that would go with another radio. It has to be integrated with our radio. And it runs on, because it has an integrated AC power supply in it, it runs on 80 to 264 volts alternating current. It is more sensitive to load SWR, so it will begin to fold back at 1.7 to 1, which is why we've put a antenna tuner in it. So every Aurora unit ships with a 500-watt antenna tuner. These are what the 4 models look like. We use the term SCU, signal capture unit, to talk about an analog to digital converter followed by a pre-selector that has low noise amplifiers and attenuators in it. And so the AU510 model has 1 SCU, so it can be attached to 1 antenna at a time. It does have an antenna switch internally, and there are 4 antenna ports on it. The AU520 has 2 SCUs in it. And then we also offer a version that has what we call an M panel on the front, which is the fancy screen with the knobs and buttons and all that. This kind of shows you what the 4 models are and what the capabilities in them are. The AU520 also has contest filters. One of the things I want to point out here is the yellow line on the chart is these radios cannot do MARS, shares, or any out-of-band operation. One of the compromises, if you will, that was made to put this technology in the radio is that it is only working on the amateur bands. So there's no cut this green wire or load this software or something to run outside a band. So if your particular application happens to be MARS or shares or anything like that, this is not the radio you want to buy. Okay, so let's talk about the use cases. So a home station might be one. You can plug this into a 120 volt outlet and you get everything in one box. So you got the tuner, the transmitter, everything that you need. And it would be a very modest station, but that makes 500 watts. So you could overnight add an S unit to your station on the far end and eliminate a lot of cabling and clutter and all that sort of stuff. It's particularly good for portable operation because you all of a sudden now get 500 watts in a portable operation, but you use half the power that you would using any other solution that's available on the market. So that means a smaller generator, less fuel, any of those kind of things if you want to run portable. De-expeditions is also another great use for this because, as you can imagine, the logistics to get everything out to a de-expedition site, transporting them there, the weight, the money to move everything, all that stuff gets significantly less. So, as well as even just the fuel to run the generator. So it's a great radio for de-expedition. And then for remote, if you want to put extra power at your remote station, it's very good too because you only have one box. You don't have to worry about controlling a whole bunch of boxes and sequencing things or manipulating everything, that kind of stuff. The non-use cases, there's really 2 that we list here. The first one is out-of-band ham operation, which I've already mentioned, so you can't do MARS or shares or anything like that with it. The other is if you want to hook it to an external amplifier. So if you wanted 1500 watts, this generally would not be the radio that you use to talk to your 1500 watt amplifier. Can you do it? Absolutely. You can turn the power down to 50 watts and use it. But if you make a mistake and shoot 500 watts into your 1500 watt amplifier's input, you're liable to cause it damage. And so, we're saying out loud, we don't recommend that. We know some people will do it, but if you do it, you have to be very careful. Any other questions before I hand it over to Tony? You could use it mobile. Again, it uses 110, so you'd have to use an inverter to do that. We have not tested it on a pure sine wave or a modified sine wave inverter, so I don't know exactly how it'll behave. We just haven't done it. So my guess is on a pure sine wave inverter, it'd run fine, but we haven't tried it. Other questions? All right. Okay, let me switch my display configuration up here real quick, and then we'll get Tony up here. Let's see. All right, you're good to go, Tony.
So Steve talked a lot about the advantages that you get from high efficiency. And one of the questions that we get quite often is, well, how did you get to high efficiency in the first place? Why isn't everybody else doing it? So I'm going to try to explain some of the ways that we use to get to a higher efficiency to reach that 80–90% efficiency point. So I'm going to talk about the various different classes of amplifiers. I'm going to talk about the concepts of linearity and efficiency. I'm going to say, can we have both? I'm going to talk about something that's called envelope elimination and restoration, which is one technique that we use. I'm also going to talk about polar modulation, which is another part of the secret formula here. And I'm going to talk about why it matters. So generally speaking, amplifiers are classified in letters. You probably heard of Class A, Class AB, and they use letters that go through the alphabet. And traditional linear PAs are either Class A or AB1. The strict definition relates to the biasing and the conduction angle of the amplifier. And in general, there's a trade-off between linearity and efficiency. So linearity, let me explain what that is. The ideal amplifier is a perfect multiplier. It produces an output which is an exact copy of the input, just bigger, higher in power. Real world amplifiers fall short to varying extents. They're not perfect, and they're not perfectly linear. The loss of linearity results in undesired spectral outputs that were not present in the input. And this means that you can get intermodulation distortion or harmonic distortion. Intermodulation distortion can result in interfering with other users of the band. So every amplifier can produce intermodulation products which can be right next to your passband and interfere with other hams using the frequency next to you. And efficiency is basically the ratio of the amount of power that you get out of the final amplifier to the amount of power that you put into it. So in Steve's examples, if you had to put 1,200 watts in to get 500 watts out, your efficiency would be 500 divided by 1,200. So for a Class A amplifier, that's the most linear class of RF power amplifiers. And typically, most radios don't use Class A all the time. Some radios offer it as an option, so you can push a button and make the radio operate in Class A. Class A results in the highest power consumption and the lowest efficiency, and it's also the most linear mode of operation. It uses a 100% conduction angle, which that technically means that the RF devices in the amplifier are always turned on one way, to some extent or another, and so they're always dissipating some power, and that's why it's not efficient. So as you go further down the alphabet, you get to Class AB1, which is the common class for operating for single sideband, and that goes back to the old tube days, and or Class B. And basically, as you go through the alphabet, you're using a reduced conduction angle, and you're gaining some efficiency. And so the classes that you're probably familiar with are A, B, 1, B, and C. But there are higher classes of operation defined, such as D, E, and F, and there's various versions of each one. And in these classes, the devices are used as switches. They're either on or off. And if the device is on, then it has a low resistance compared to the load, and so it doesn't dissipate very much power compared to what's going to the load. If the device is off, then of course it's not dissipating any power. So these classes, D, E, and F, and so forth, can achieve very high efficiency, like 80 to 90%. The output, the amplitude of the output you get out of these is only proportional to the supply voltage. It's not proportional to the size of the signal that you put in. So the output is not a scale copy of the input, and it's not operating like a multiplier. Can we have both linearity and efficiency? Can we achieve both? That would be the ideal situation. So in a Class D or higher amplifier, we can control the amplitude of the output by controlling what the power supply rail is, basically what the drain voltage is or the plate voltage if it was a vacuum tube. We have no amplitude control on the input. We can control the phase of the output by adjusting the phase of the input. So now I'm going to talk about envelope elimination and restoration. And this is a technique that was originally described by Leonard Kahn in 1952. And in 1952, they hadn't figured out about Class D, E, or F amplifiers, but the most efficient amplifier they had back then was a Class C amplifier, which can be about 70% efficient. And so his design was applied to a Class C amplifier. And basically his technique is to separate the RF signal, which has both amplitude and phase components, separate it into envelope and phase components, which are distinct, and apply them separately to the power amplifier. Now I'm going to talk about polar modulation. And polar modulation describes an RF output based on envelope, amplitude, and phase. Modern HF DSP techniques represent RF typically as IQ sample pairs. And polar modulation applies Euler's formula, which is a mathematical concept, to convert I and Q into amplitude and phase. And this is a picture of Euler's formula. You can look it up on Wikipedia. But basically, it shows that If you want to get to a point at the end of the arrow, you can define that point either by I and Q, which are like X and Y, or latitude and longitude, or you can define it by A, which is how far it is from the origin, and the angle phi. You can describe that point in either way. It's basically, if I told you to go to a certain location, I could give you the latitude and longitude of that location, or I could give you a bearing and range. I could say, go 1.5 miles at a compass heading of 30 degrees. They both get you to the same point. They're just different ways of explaining how to get there. So by converting I and Q samples to polar modulation, we end up with the signals that we need to control a high efficiency PA. And then these are directly generated for us. And we can apply the envelope signal as the drain voltage on the amplifier, and we can apply the phase signal. We can control that with the phase control to the gate drive to the amplifier. And so this is the diagram that Steve showed. Basically, we take the audio in and we convert that audio into baseband, sideband. It's represented as I and Q signals, but then we can split it using Euler's formula into amplitude and phase components. The amplitude component, we can amplify that up to a high level, so it's driving basically the power supply on the high efficiency amplifier. And the phase component, we adjust the phase, and that controls the phase of the output. And we can generate any waveform that we want using this technique. So why does the efficiency matter? And this is kind of a repeat of what Steve explained, but for the same RF output, increasing the efficiency from 50% to 80% results in reducing the size of the power supply we need to start with by 32.5%. And it also reduces the heat sink and the fan by 75%. So the impact on size, weight, and power is substantial. And that's really what provides for the advantages that you see as a user in the Aurora transceiver. So that's basically the fast version of my talk. I'll take any questions. It could, but most radios don't supply I and Q on the transmit side. They supply it on the receive side for pan adapters and so forth. If you wanted to make something that was like a replacement for a linear amplifier, it's kind of like you'd have to build a repeater, because you'd have to build a receiver that would take the RF signal from your transmitter and break it down into envelope and phase and then drive the amplifier. So that's why it doesn't really make sense to try to make this into an amplifier. It's makes much more sense to couple it directly to the transmitter.
Tony, did you have a challenge in linearizing Class D, because Class D is inherently non?
You say Class D is inherently nonlinear, but that's because the output is only controlled, the amplitude of the output is only controlled by the power supply rail. But it follows that power supply rail very linearly. And so a Class D amplifier where you control both the amplitude and the phase can be very linear. So what do you mean by noise? So a switching amplifier essentially generates a square wave output, and then you filter that square wave with a low-pass filter. The square wave is just the fundamental and a series of odd harmonics, and the low-pass filter removes the odd harmonics, and you're left with the fundamental. So it can be made as clean as a linear PA. I can't quite hear. No, the amplifier operates at the fundamental frequency. So if you're trying to generate 30 megahertz, then it's You're putting 30 megahertz in and 30 megahertz is coming out. It's a 30 megahertz square wave, which will contain odd harmonics of 30 megahertz. So it'll have 30, 90, so forth. No, no. Any other questions? Yes. Because, like I said, like I explained, Euler's formula allows us to generate any waveform we want. We can do digital modes, CW, sideband, AM, all of the modes can be expressed, you know, as an IQ or as a phase and amplitude. And so, for example, one digital mode that, of course, everybody's really interested in is FT8. And because this is so efficient, it's really an ideal radio for FT8. You know, in trials, we've been able to run it for hours, full bore on FT8, and the heat sink doesn't get over 35 degrees C.
So how fun was this to build?
It was a 12-year project. I worked on this for 6 years on my own and then joined up with Flex Radio. So it's been my retirement project. It was a lot of fun, but it was also a lot of work and a lot of effort. I'm glad to see it at this point. I'm not sure it's done.
So the process of filtering out the non-harmonic, that would cause the inefficiency.
Right. That's why we can't get to 100%. Okay. But we're putting much less energy into those harmonics. And the other thing is that we're not dissipating power in the devices themselves. That's right. Excuse me, if possible to what? I still couldn't hear. So that's kind of getting into the some nitty-gritty technical details, okay? And there are various versions or ways, you know, you can make all kinds of different circuits that do the same thing, but have different advantages. And so you're right, that if you do that, then you can gain a little efficiency that way. Absolutely. Absolutely. So one of the hurdles was finding devices that would work at high efficiency and high frequency. And so I think it was the summer of 2017. I basically bought every kind of transistor there was in the Mauser catalog and tried them all. It's the Thomas Edison approach to making a light bulb until I found the one that worked. And so yeah, that was a technical challenge. Another challenge was finding a way to make it work on all of the ham bands. And so I was able to come up with a circuit that I thought would work in about a day or two. And it only took me a couple of years to actually make it work and get all the parasitics and kinks out of it. Another thing was that from the very beginning, it was our goal to make the thing, the mantra was loud and clean. And so it had to be 500 watts and it had to have good, very clean performance. And that meant that from the very beginning, I had anticipated that it would use pre-distortion. And so one of the early articles we wrote in QEX, I had a friend, Brian K1LI, who I was working with. We wrote an article in QEX on our very first prototype, which was 40 watts on 40 meters. And that had pre-distortion built into it. There really is no limitation, and you know we don't know where we're going next. We could go up, we could go down. You can conceive of all kinds of different product options. This is just where we started at.
Are we months, years, or decades away from a saleable product to us?
Months. We expect to ship the first product in the fourth quarter of '25. I see it as a permanent architectural condition. I don't know the answer to that question. So the low-pass filters are just your typical low-pass filters like you'd find in any transceiver. Right. There's filters per band or for a pair of bands. Just the same thing, same technology.
What is the overarching making this possible now as opposed to 1970? Say, is it component technology and fast rise times?
Component technology is part of it. Also, DSP processing is part of it. So we didn't have the DSP capabilities in the 70s to do this. So between those two, I think those two are the enabling technologies that make it possible.
Is it accurate to call this amplifier, the amplifier section of this, a software-defined amplifier?
You could call it a software-defined amplifier. There are certain limitations to it that are hardware limitations. In other words, Steve mentioned the fact that it's ham bands only. A true software-defined amplifier would be able to do any frequency you want, just the way a software-defined receiver can do any frequency you want just by changing the software.
Did you buy all parts that the logic catalog had?
Yeah.
And I guess the corresponding question is, do you see any supply chain risk for sourcing the components that you need?
I don't see any supply chain risk.
For silicon carbide devices,
They were part of my investigation. That was, I can't remember, but you can, oh, thanks. He said 2017. That would be a good starting point. So in order to get the efficiency, it requires a tank circuit in the PA. And so basically you have to have a tank circuit per operating frequency. And so you can't have an infinite number of tank circuits, and it's not practicable to make a infinitely adjustable tank circuit. So that's why we're limited to specific frequencies. All right, I don't see any more hands, so thank you very much.
That's it, unless y'all have any other questions. Yeah, we're in the middle building, building 2, and we have the brick on key demo. There's 4 Aurora units out there, 2 that are operating, 1 that you can pick up and see what it weighs, and another one that has the cover off. You can look inside.
rough price point. If you're willing to pay.
No, we can pay. It comes in 4 models, as Steve described. Right. And the entry-level model is the 510. It does not have the front panel for the stars. That one is 6200. Okay. And then over the range, top of the one is the 520M. Which is 2 SCUs, 3 contact radios, and the front panel with the 3 is 9600. Yeah.
Well, they said
What's that? Oh, Joe. Great. Oh, oh. No, I don't think so. I have a guest operator, his name is Joe Harris. I thought maybe you were his brother. Okay. I haven't heard of it.
The radio you're talking about still in.
Yes.